things to say on these books, of course, but it's not my task tonight. But I can only say that to me, the idea which crosses the three books is the shape of institution meant in a wide sense: the courtyard house, the profession, the discipline, and the university and knowledge. The books reflect also the state of the art of the debate, I think, in the countries or cultural region of the authors. Each author will have a short presentation of the book, and the discussant will intervene with the observation or question, and we will proceed back and forth. Of course, if some of the people present wish to have some question, can write in the question and answer panel in Zoom, and we will try to coordinate. We will try to be punctual because we have three books to present, and we try to follow the schedule. Very brief introduction of the speaker, just to give the opportunity to the people to understand who are the author that we are presenting. Xing Ruan is the founding dean of the School of Design, Shanghai Jiao Tong University, Guangxi Chair, Professor of Architecture since 2018. He also joined the University of South Wales in Sydney as Professor of Architecture in 2004, and was Associate Dean International between 2015 and 18, and Director of Architecture and Chair of Architectural Discipline, and the Director also of the Master of Architecture from 2005 and 9. Prior to his appointment at the University of South Wales, was head of department also at the University of Technology in Sydney. He has published on a cultural history of housing, architecture and anthropology, vernacular architecture, architecture education, Louis Kahn, and modern architecture. So he's a very, internationally affirmed scholar. The discussant will be Professor Lucio Barbero, architect and scholar, former Dean and Director of Department Sapienza, Chairholder of UNESCO Chair in Sustainable Urban Quality, in North China quite well, and met Xing Ruan both in Australia and China. And Professor Domenico Chizzoniti, architect and scholar at the Polytechnic of Milan. He wrote on Palladio and then extensively on Italian masters of architecture of the last century and urban history of Eastern Europe especially. Thank you. The floor, Xing Ruan, it's yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Can you all hear me clearly? Anna, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, perfectly.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Anna, for your warm invitation, and thank you for this opportunity for me to present the book. And every author, needless to say, would like to have readers. And so this is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Now, I will follow strictly the instructions given to me by Anna, and I will give you a summary of the book, and then I will introduce to you the contents of the book. And then after that, and I'm also thinking perhaps I should read a few paragraphs of the book, the first part of the book, just to give you some taste of my writing. And then I will show you a few glimpses of the book, some pages, particularly those ones with illustrations, especially that I have illustrated the book all by myself. Okay, so without further ado, and let me share the screen so that you can see some images. All right, colleagues, and I trust that you can see the image clearly. And I apologize for the small typeface, and this is the actual size of the book cover. And I've been thinking about writing a summary of the book by myself, but this is a very difficult task, and the book took many years to write, and it has taken a lot of time to come to this shape. But to reflect on the book and to write a summary and I have found it a very hard task. So I don't think I can do a better job than the publisher, who very skillfully summarized the book for me, which is printed on the back cover. And the book is being printed by the Bloomsbury as we speak. So I think what I can do simply is to read a few paragraphs to you, and provided by the publisher. And this is still a draft of the book design, because I understand the publisher is still looking at the various endorsements. And I can see I can hear someone is speaking, but I trust you can hear me. Yeah, no problem. You can see the images.
Yeah.
Is that all right? Okay, excellent. So I'm not going to read out the endorsements that I have received, and these are the scholars who admire, and I think these praises I should just leave them to you, the reader. Now, the book itself, the summary goes like this. For more than 3,000 years, Chinese life, from the city and the imperial palace to the temple, the market, and the family home, was configured around the courtyard. So too were the accomplishments of China's artistic, philosophical, and institutional classes. Confucius' Courtyard tells the story of how the courtyard, the most singular and persistent architectural form, holds the key to understanding, even today, much of Chinese society and culture. Part architecture history, part introduction to the culture and the philosophical history of China, the book explores the Chinese view of the world and reveals the extent to which this is inextricably intertwined with the ancient concept of the courtyard, a place and a way of life which, it appears, has been almost entirely overlooked in China since the middle of the 20th century and in the West for centuries. Along the way, it provides an accessible introduction to the Confucian idea of Zhongyong, or the middle way, as we say in English, one of the many interpretations. The Chinese moral universe and the virtuous good life in the absence of an awesome God, and shows how this can be fully understood through the humble courtyard, a space which is grounded in the earth and yet open to the heavens. So I think this is a very fitting summary. Now, let me show you the contents of the book and just give you an idea of the structure and how the narratives are organized. And the book is divided in 3 parts, and there is a longish prologue, which I will tell you a little bit more just in a minute. Part 1 is what I call heaven. Part 2 is heaven and earth, and part 3 is earth. So in part 1, and I have discussed basically in 2 chapters the fundamental concept of the courtyard as a heavenly house, which I have called in the subtitle Panacea from the Courtyard. So in chapter 1, what makes the Chinese house, the conceptual party, and I have borrowed this wonderful concept from the Franco, the École de Beaux-Arts, the idea, the fundamental concept of architectural plan. And then I talk about Confucius Courtyard, not necessarily the actual courtyard that Confucius lived. There's no way we can trace back to the house that the master had lived. But Confucius courtyard as a representation of the idea of the courtyard. And then I talk about the whole concept of void in Chinese culture. But much of that concept, of course, in the golden times of the Chinese, the golden times when the Chinese intellectual foundation was established, much was shared with the antiquity of the Mediterranean world, and there was so much common ground. Now, in chapter 2, I talk about the heaven and what is below. So there is more Chinese specificity there. And the most interesting thing to my mind is the Chinese concept of sky, heaven, and never quite developed to the equivalent of the Western concept of God. And then the Chinese idea of the built world, which they never paid too much attention to. They never took it seriously. Rather, they places their immortality, their hope for immortality, and their whole energy in the literary world. And part 2, I talk about more the life lived in the courtyard, and the subtitle is called Equilibrium in the Courtyard. There are several chapters in that, and in chapter 3, the divergent tower, I discuss the mystery of a power structure, which never appeared in reality. It's still an enigma whether or not it existed, but it existed in artifacts. And what's the relationship between this high vantage point and a grounded earthly life, where you can only raise your head and look at heaven? And then I talk about the secluded world and the floating life in my interpretation for the living. It's a very strange and a fascinating way of building buildings, but there's a background, and against which some fascinating stories unfolded. And then in chapter 6, I talk about the literary enchantment in the garden house, because the Chinese started attaching a garden or inserting a garden in the house. And then in that place where the free spirit can be let out, and people can sneak out from the Confucian world, from the world of rigid organization, hierarchy, and much has to be controlled and ordered by decorum. But you can sneak out to the garden and then do certain artistic things. And in chapter 7, I talk about the golden mean, which is a different way of saying the middle ground, and how is that finely tuned in a particular Chinese courtyard, the Beijing Courtyard. It's a city where people lived most of their lives in their courtyards, and even the streets are relatively quiet because they are not lined up with shops. But the streets can be animated with so much life when mobile vendors come to sell the goods, and when people come out from their courtyards to form a very distinctive sort of social life. And then in chapter 8, I talk about living like the Chinese in quotation mark, because some of the people are Chinese and some are not. They are ethnic people. They are ethnic groups, and but they also build courtyard houses. Some may not look like the Han Chinese courtyard house, but in essence, they follow exactly the same spatial organization. Some may appear like the Chinese courtyard houses, but in essence, in its organization and the way the life was lived in it, and they may not be the Chinese courtyard house at all. And then part 3, and I begin to talk about the loss of the courtyard house, emancipation of design, which I have coined the term. And the irresistible metropolis, it's a short history of modern Shanghai, a modern city born of refugee crisis. And also, the first time ever, the Chinese started living a true urban life, where the city itself is the interior, not an introvert house. And in the final chapter, and I go back to Beijing, I talk about the assault of modernity. I talk about the thesis of the Confucian world. I talk about the lingering courtyard. I talk about the loss of the physical fabric. And I ask the question, despite the disappearance of the physical courtyard forms, whether or not the spirit of courtyard or the idea of the courtyard also has disappeared. I have not drawn a conclusion. But along the way, I talk about the courtyard houses in other places, and also the non-courtyard houses, especially in the European history. And I'm interested in the so-called the great divergence, which I may come back later in the conversation. And in the final chapter, I also discuss courtyard houses designed by modern architects, and which I have described with 3 concepts: nothingness, horizon, and discrete pleasure. And a few architects, namely Miss van der Rohe, Jeffrey Bauer, and Yo Utzum. All right. Now, in the final chapter, it is titled 405, and I've continued a conversation with Joseph Rickford. Basically, intrigued by his essay called 4 and 5. And I will not get into the details, because in the final chapter, I return to the fundamental question which I would like to ask about the great divergence, the Chinese cosmos, very much centered in China, and which spreads to the entire East Asia, and also the so-called the West, of course, starting from the Mediterranean world. So before I show you a few glimpses of the book, and I have realized I'm quickly running out of time. So do I still have time to read a few paragraphs of the excerpts before we engage the conversation with 2 professors? I'll let you decide. Yeah.
It's up to you, Xing.
All right. So in that case, and let me continue. Let me read a few paragraphs, and I can stop at any time. But I would like to take this opportunity just to give you a taste of what I've written, especially in the prologue. Yeah. The Chinese, with a sustained interest across 3 millennia, desired an equilibrium, enjoying an earthly life for what it's worth, while maintaining a certain awe before heaven's arch. Participating actively in society and taking responsibility for one's family, while snatching a moment away to indulge in life's pleasures, or retreating to one's inner world, and staying put in the house, while letting the mind and soul roam freely beyond it. They managed, somewhat nonchalantly, to do so in and about the confines of their encircled courtyard dwelling. Pitching in the middle was a way of living, as well as a state of mind, as preached by Confucius. The Chinese gentry along with the populace at large, held dear this doctrine as an art of avoiding extremes and respecting the enduring in life. Since sense and the innate moral defects in humans are rare, the middle in the Chinese mind is virtuous, for it represents not a compromise, but a propriety that is humanly achievable, hence reason. Such is demanded by heaven and nature. So how did the most populous nation on earth manage to live a virtuous as well as pleasurable life without the blessing from awesome God? What was the moral bedrock of this largely secular civilization? These are the two fundamental questions I've asked in the book. So a way of living in this book, therefore, is less concerned with what the Chinese ate for breakfast in 500 BCE, or how they answered the nature's call in the 11th century. The primary aim, rather, is to explore the ways in which their house and the city, both were courtyards, either physical or literary, represented their view of the world and of themselves. Differently put, this book is about how the courtyard helped facilitate the often languid culture and spiritual life of the Chinese. To the chagrin of the modern mind, despite their technological and scientific ingenuity developed over a long history, the Chinese, in building their courtyards, paid little attention to housing the general miscellany of life, with the high-minded elsewhere, such as 16th century Venetian and the Veneto nobles, who escaped in summer from city politics and business to their country villas built by the Renaissance master Andrea Palladio, managed to hide food preparation and other necessary services for daily subsistence under the podium. But above the podium were the monumentally vaulted halls, the backdrop for literary and philosophical conversations. Goethe, though much impressed with the splendor of the Villa Rotunda, nonetheless thought that it was not quite homely as a family home, as a family house. In the next 500 years following the Renaissance, while the European bourgeoisie retreated further into the room and their inner world, they in the meantime pursued corporeal comfort to an extreme level of advancement, resulting in not only the supply of running water and concealed plumbing, but also the reclining chaiselong with soft upholstery, lustrous velvet, window drapes, and overheated rooms. Chinese furniture, on the contrary, already boasted supreme design and craftsmanship in the Ming Dynasty, but it was made of hardwood with austere elegance for an upright sitting posture. The Chinese courtyard, though refined as the seamless complicity of Chinese life, remained sparsely furnished, poorly heated, and too often existed in the absence of sanitary plumbing and the supply of running water until the middle of the 20th century. The lack of corporeal comfort, nevertheless, did not in any way tarnish the art of living finely tuned to the middle in the courtyard. Like the complex solar system concealed by its crystal clear geometry, the courtyard appears as a rather simple composition. The perimeter, usually a square or a rectangular shape, is occupied by the building, whereas the center is a void left open to sky. A courtyard essentially is defined by its vertical orientation. which is the same what the Mediterranean built in antiquity and in later periods. A courtyard lets daylight and air into the building, but this was not the sole reason, which we moderns like to believe, for its existence. Since light and air are easily gained by spacing apart freestanding building objects in the field, which we do in our suburbs and cities in modern times. Why did humans build courtyards in the first instance? It remains an enigma. Okay, let me read one more thing to you, and I have a few more paragraphs, but I think I should leave some time for the conversation. Okay, let me read one more paragraph. What had been honed in the house from the Golden Age through to the end of Chinese Empire were the artifice of housing architecture and its associated art of living. The courtyard, as it transpired, was the universal architecture configuration that was used to accommodate nearly everything, like a magic wand. The Chinese saw no need to develop a particular building type to respond to a special use, which the English took to an unparalleled level of specificity in the 19th century, when work and living were separated and assorted institutions emerged. A member of the Chinese gentry would be rather bemused or perhaps even amused to learn the existence of a room dedicated solely to gift wrapping in the house of a Hollywood movie star. Okay, let me stop here. So let me show you just a few glimpses of the pages and with my illustrations, and some of them are the drawings of the Han Dynasty artifacts, Minqi, from the Mutery art, and some of them are from the murals and Chinese paintings, and a very rare thing of the interior. The sense of interior is actually very weak, and there's no clear demarcation. So that's an interesting moment. And also, when the street life was full of vitality in Song Dynasty, and the edges of the houses are encroached, but that does not indicate that the courtyard houses dissolved at that time. And some mysterious Chinese paintings from this one from the 10th century, and it shows a quarter of an unknown large courtyard house and the spatial layers. But it shows the probably the garden part of the house, where it is free, it is more pleasurable. And then in Deceiving Symbol, this particularly chapter, I describe this very elegant and austere houses in Anhui province. The plans almost look like the plans designed by Miss Van der Rohe, but they are not designed for the living. That's my interpretation. And the beautiful Ming Dynasty furniture and some drawings that I show a house, the Confucian world, and the garden attached to it, but enclosed, encircled by walls, and the Beijing courtyard house, and also courtyard house in different kind of shapes and forms with regional characters, like different butterflies. But it is a butterfly. It is not a dragonfly. And the city is a courtyard. But some houses, they look like courtyards, and particularly one on the left, and that does not have the essence of it. So when the courtyard house that belongs to the family was further encroached and occupied by multiple families, and the modern world has emerged. And despite the fact that the Chinese continued to build watered houses and watered compounds, are they exactly the same? And then there are courtyard houses designed by modern architects, designed by Geoffrey Bower, for example, in Colombo, in Sri Lanka. And whether or not it has anything to do with the Chinese courtyard or a courtyard in antiquity in Mediterranean, or Miss Van der Rohe or a Prado or villa? I think these are all interesting questions to be wrestled with. Okay, so let me stop and go back to the cover image.
Thank you, Xing, for reminding us that drawing, thinking, and scholarship on historical issue is the base of our, being architects. While I leave the floor to Domenico Ghizzoniti and Professor Barbera, I don't know who wants to start. I do not want to be the one that decides who. It's up to you. I also say hello to Professor Carpenzano, to Professor Saggio, and other colleagues like Antonio Riondino, and other people that joined the conference. And I don't see all the names now, but let's go to who wants to start? Domenico, you or Professor Barbera?
Professor Barbera, maybe.
Okay. I remember that we have half an hour to conclude, just to give the opportunity also to Xing Ruan to reply to your solicitation. Thank you.
5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. First of all, I want to greet Professor Xing Ruan. This is the third time that we meet. The first time in Australia, the second one in Suzhou, and now only.
Yes.
I'm very glad to meet you again. Anyway, it is
likewise,
very,
it's a great pleasure.
Yeah, and I hope to meet you more often, because this book convinced me that there is a lot of things to do together, you Chinese and we Italians, and I'm not exaggerating the importance of the meeting between China's culture and that part of Western culture that is more represented by, let's say, the Latin and particularly Italian culture. When I have seen your book, and I thank you very much to have sent me, a draft, but a complete draft. So I couldn't help putting together some little things that I know about Chinese architectural modernity, in which there is a stream that runs among the skyscrapers and all the rest of the modernity. That is that it looked to me, it did look to me, and today it looks even more. A very interesting, I think, a perfect partner in a dialogue and in a research for what we call in Italy another kind of modernity that we are looking for. In Italy, the decades of the strong modernity coming from the north of Europe and were decades of a very complex and hard confrontation between different way of interpreting modernity. And without hiding anything, we in Italy, we are still the heirs of that confrontation. Modernity in terms of technology, expression, direct expression of progress was always difficult to be digested by Italian architects, who live in a country much smaller than China, of course, but in which the historical development surround us and ropes us, and ropes not only our physical space, but also our ideas. I have few minutes, so I have to jump from one subject to another. Sorry? I don't know.
No, please go.
And even the title, the name of your book, Confucius Courtyard, reminded me to my young years when I was a student, and I met in the school in the 4th year a very interesting and discussive professor whose name is Saverio Muratori. Maybe you know this name. Saverio Muratori was an architect and a theorist that more or less was following a path that it looks similar, only similar, not coinciding, similar to yours. And the courtyard houses in his teaching was the basis for understanding how to design and build a, let's say, a humanistic modern city. I'm sorry to say, because I know that you stressed very much the fact that the courtyard, the Chinese courtyard houses are very different from the, the Pompeian courtyard houses. I could add also they are different from the Islamic courtyard houses, and also from the antique Greek courtyard houses. But the principle, the idea of the courtyard as the main, the archetypic form of the family house, I think it's something that belongs to anthropology. When the countrymen gathered together to live in a village, they had to define a square, let's say, in which to put the single houses. Then, of course, the form of the courtyard houses depended on how the society and the functioning of the family and the symbolic meaning of each space and each, let's say, action that the owner of the family expressed in his house. For instance, I don't want to be too easy, but the atrium houses that we admire in Pompeii, the atrium was the place in which each morning, the owner, an important man, was receiving his clients. We call clients the people who somehow depended by the benevolent attitude of the owner of the house. They were waiting in a special place that I did not find in the Beijing courtyard houses, because this habit it did not exist. For instance, they waited in a place, in a sort of little gulf in the wall that is called fauces, like a mouth. They were waiting there in a humble attitude. When the door opened, they could enter in the atrium in which the owner of the house were receiving them. Then there is another space in which he could retire with some of them to discuss their needs, the things to do, and so on. So it is the functioning of the society and the functioning of the family that gives the imprinting to the house. And there is, but there is also there are also some very important, let's say, I would say, technical necessity. The the little pool of water in the center of the atrium depended on the fact that Pompeii had no water, depended only from the rainwater. In fact, when in Roman time, in developed Roman time, some very important aqueducts were built, the courtyard lost the pool, even if having the water pool in the center of the courtyard was had become a shape of the house that very with much effort the Roman of that time would abandon, but they abandoned it. And when you go to Ostia Antica, the old harbor of Rome, you find something very interesting, because from the courtyard house, as in the second and third century of our age, the courtyard houses disappear. But you can understand that the new kind of apartment, I would say apartment, house as an apartment, maintains the feature of the courtyard houses. But they could build multi-story and multi-family apartments. Very interesting, very beautiful. Inventions that even I think even Le Corbusier have noticed that, because the difference in height between the living room and the bedrooms that Le Corbusier wanted to introduce in his typology, I think they depend on the development from the courtyard house to an apartment house. I stop here this very confused talking, but I want to try to express me better, daring to speak of China. Sometimes thinking, I pose to me a question: if you were here in China with the commitment to design a little neighborhood of houses now, in this moment, how would you behave? And I answer to me in a way that you, Professor Xing, would say, well, you have to repeat the exam because you are not prepared. I would start not from the marvelous Beijing houses, old Beijing houses, but I would start from one of the Lilong houses. The Lilong, I say Lilong, but they have many different names. Those I would dare say a more modern interpretation of a courtyard house, but not designed by architects, but designed by the society. Because I'm sure that in Shanghai, in other central and southern part of China, the society has changed after many centuries, also because of different culture, I don't know. So the Lilong is already a modern, let's say, with my words, is a modern interpretation and transformation of the concept of a courtyard house. Very complex, very intelligent, very modern. So I answer to myself, well, I would start studying Lilong because Lilong is closer to the kind of, not to the culture, to the kind of family that we can imagine now. Because I think also in China, the family has changed. There are little families. I had the opportunity and the honor to be friend, let's say, to be accepted as a younger friend by Professor Wu Lianyong. And I visited very carefully and with much attention his project Yerutong, you know, Yerutong in Beijing, the courtyard houses for modern Chinese people. They are very interesting. They are very interesting. And, but still, I would rather start from those other kind of steel courtyard houses, but already and naturally, without any author, without any designer, transformed. I mean, the many kinds of Lilong houses. I say this because what I understood from my professor, old professor Saverio Muratori, is that here in Italy, we don't have this problem of the courtyard house because the courtyard houses were transformed when the society changed very, very quickly in, let's say, around the 10th century. And the courtyard houses transformed in sort of Lilongs, and then in even smaller houses, and then in multi-story apartments, and but maintaining readable the route that tied those, let's say, 17th and 18th century modern brackets, modern houses to the courtyard houses from which all of them derive. So I think to the courtyard idea in the Chinese culture, I understand also, and especially from your book, that was filled with many symbolic meanings, values. And what I understand is you are looking for give new life to those values. And I stop here. I just put some, you know, I just dropped some stones on the table, maybe in a very disordered way. But I must tell you that your book and your explanation today excited me very much. and moved me very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Barbera. Domenico, it's your turn.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ruan, for your speech, and warm welcome to Professor Lucio Barbera and Antonino Saggio, and all of you are connected with us today. So, Professor Ruan, I read your book twice because the first time was not enough. And it took me a lot of time to do this task. And the books that you kindly provided for us, even if it was not been published yet, it's full of suggestion, even for the common ground that you have underlined many times in many other different speeches. I remember two years ago that you, or many years ago, 3 years ago was, that you went here in Milan in Politecnico, and I remember properly the speech about Palladio. And what was, interesting for me, it's just to underline this aspect of the common ground that even Professor Barbera was underlying, mentioned, the common ground of the different cultures, the needs to find a shared space between different cultures. This space in which is possible, is still possible to provoke interest in what is not common, in what is not usual, in what is not ordinary. And this is one of the aspects of your book that is quite compelling. And let me underline another aspect of your speech today, and the way you want to, maybe build this space, this area, could have been one of the most important academic tasks, and that the institution in general must have given for such long time in sharing knowledge. This is one of the aspects that your book, underlined properly, the way how to compare different cultures. I have two questions basically, and I want just to comment, just one comment for you, if there is enough time to interact with together. The second comment pertains to the methodological approach about the exploration of your book. And that is a simple question itself, that is relating to the space of the courtyard. What I detected in reading the book, I should confess, there is a slight difference in understanding the role of architectural space in the human condition that generates such a great difference between culture that assumes similar spatial configuration, but it's related much more to the way how different people behave in this space, how they, assume different pattern of use in those different spaces. So this is well explained, in my opinion, in your book, when you are describing the Murder of Zaudan and the description of the sequence of the space in the chapter 1. That was for me really interesting, the way how through a novel you are describing the sequence of the spaces. I just want and come to quick to the question that I would like to address to you. And the question are basically related to two aspects of the courtyard. One aspect is about the symbolic role of the courtyard space that even Professor Barbera was mentioning right now. It happened that a few years ago, I spent several weeks, more or less 1 month, in the Guangdong area in China, in the countryside near Shenzhen to do a survey and a project to enhance some buildings of the local Hakka community that you know very well, Professor. And I spent a lot of time drawing and redrawing the courtyard of the Hakka house. And one of the issues that surprisingly came back to my attention was the suspension of the empty space. A suspension that was not strictly avoid what you many times mention and underline in your book. In my opinion, this kind of suspension of empty space is rather a kind of absence. The concept of absence that is maybe different for us of the Western, courtyard and space conception that is more related, that you wrote very well in your book, with the public, the collective rule, and that became in that an experience that is different. For instance, for the Hakka community house that I explored very well. And in my opinion, this space was a kind of spiritual space rather than a kind of void, rather than a kind of, an emptiness. So on these issues, I would like to, to understand your position, your idea about this idea of spirituality like an absence in the courtyard. And a second question concerns the iconological value of the empty space, of this absence, of this lack. Iconological value in the sense that it imposes, in addition to the symbolic value that we have already discussed, a meaning, or rather a role that is not, I would say, a kind of evolutionary role. Let me explain this point. I understand that the symbolic value in this case seems to me to become more dense because it is linked to a kind of rituality that is ancestral, not evolutionary at all. I would say a kind of space, not only of the house, but also the city. And you underline this aspect of the courtyard in considering the courtyard in the middle of the city as a kind of idea that belongs to the city, not only to the single structure. In the chapter, in the part of your book that you were describing the Imperial Palace and the Forbidden City, you explained very well this point. But I want to understand from you the point, the idea in which one, this iconological value, this symbolic value is a space where even an heart touch each other, where it's a kind of point in the courtyard where God is closest to us. And this is symbolic value is belong to the common, I would say, ground that you are looking for. It seems to me to approach, or maybe to maintain, not so, I would say, long distance between those two cultures, those two aspects of the modernity, the other side of the moon, I would say, that which we don't know properly, but we are curious about it. So I'll stop here because, and then maybe I have some other question, but I want to take, I don't want to take time away from the answer, but from the intervention of the other colleague, of course.
Thank you, Domenico.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Barbara and Professor Professor Chinozetti. How much time do I have?
Maybe 15 minutes, I think, can be.
Oh, you have been so generous. I thought you would give me 5 minutes. Thank you. Now we can have a conversation. That's lovely. Now, let me briefly respond to Professor Barbara's remarks, and I think Professor Barbara, you have made a rich and multifaceted speech, and what I really like is at the very beginning, and you have made it crystal clear about the fascinating common ground, or probably cultural affinities between the Italians and the Chinese. And I don't think this is accidental. I think this is a inevitable, because in my book, and I did try to go back to the very beginning, if not the very beginning, to the earlier times where so much of the common ground can be identified. That is the Chinese golden time, which I mentioned, when the intellectual foundation, when the Chinese thought was pretty much established. And at that time, and I think the ideas of the Mediterranean antiquity, and if the Chinese and the Mediterranean had the opportunity to communicate with each other, they would have made friends. And somehow they communicated with each other because the Chinese silk made its way to the interior Rome. and it was very expensive. It was worth the weight of gold. So I think that's a wonderful starting point. And it's lingering on, and it's not finished, and it will continue to thrive, in my view. So I'm very optimistic of the future between the two cultures. Now, you mentioned some fascinating aspects, the comparative studies between a Roman, a Pompeian courtyard, or the atrium as a civic space, and to that of the Chinese. And I must say, and this book came from an overgrown chapter of another book that I've been working on for some years. And I've been teaching a course called A History of Housing. I taught that course, The History of Housing, in Sydney's University of New South Wales for more than a decade. So I have been working on that book, and this particular one was an overgrown chapter. And I wrote about 1/3 of that book, and I started writing this chapter, and quickly it grew and it became out of control. So I turned that into a book. So another book of mine, I don't know when I will finish it. It's forthcoming, and then there will be this comparative study. So the civic space of the Pompeian house, and then the nuanced difference to the Chinese house, is something that fascinates me, because as I mentioned, and I'm interested in that great divergence. The great divergence is that in the Mediterranean antiquity, it was a cosmopolitan and multi-religious world. And your great building, the ancient building that is standing in the middle of Rome, the Pantheon, one of my favorite buildings, was a temple devoted to many gods. But ironically, it was only saved when it was turned into a Christian church. It could have been destroyed. And that change is fatal to my mind, because in the Western world, and many different gods were turned into a singular one, the awesome God, which I've called in my book. Whereas the Chinese never humanized their equivalent of God. So the concept of heaven or nature are never, the concepts of heaven and nature are rather undistinguishable. Yeah. And here comes Confucius humanism, because he never wanted to define the concept of heaven. And the heaven, sky, and nature sometimes were quite mixed and a messy concept. But it has always been abstract. It cannot be humanized to the extent that the Western culture is so familiar with. And then the consequence of the whole idea of morality and the foundation of the moral values come from there. And I think that that's something that fascinates me. So I think from that point of view, and I would like to go to Professor Chironetti's second question before I address your first question. And you talk about what do you call this ecological value versus symbolic value. Say the symbolic value, if we assume there's much affinity or common ground between the ancient Roman courtyard or the Greek courtyard or courtyard of many different cultures. And I think that a symbolic value is the common aspect, because it is the vertical aspect of the house and the heavenly house, which I have termed it. Now, it belongs to the city, of course, it belongs to the city, but in what way it belongs to the city, it is the nuanced differences that make it so interesting. Common ground, of course, I value it very much, but the slight and nuanced differences that make cultures more interesting. Now, I think the ecological value, which is the interesting term that you have used, if I make a slightly turn, and the Chinese way of understanding nature. Now, because heaven and the nature are sometimes the same thing. If it is demanded by heaven, it is demanded by nature. 4 seasons, regardless of the human will, and 4 seasons are continuing. As Confucius said, when Confucius was asked by a disciple to define the concept of the heaven, and he said, no, I do not wish to speak anymore. Heaven does not speak, but the 4 seasons would continue. So the ecological value from the Chinese point of view, or in the Chinese mind, there is no clear difference to the symbolic value. That is the heavenly order, and hence, that is the moral bedrock. That's the morality, because it is demanded by nature, and naturally it has to be correct. You must follow it. You ought to follow it. If you do something against it, you would be punished. You would be punished by what? By heaven and by nature. So I think you mentioned this great point. That is, if in your mind you would separate symbolic value from the ecological value, perhaps in the Chinese mind, they don't want to, or it's not necessarily two separate things. It could be exactly the same thing. And it is interesting when we begin to link that to something that we are so familiar with as a buzzword, sustainability, for example. Sustainability these days too often is viewed and regarded as a technical problem. If we can make buildings green, if we save energy, and if we use double layer, triple layer glasses, and we can still make transparent buildings, for example. But I think this is a moral principle. This is not a technical issue. It is our obligation to make buildings sustainable, to make buildings last longer. And then I think that's interesting, because if we turn the Western idea of monumentality, you use the permanence of the building, or you try so hard, you invest so much effort, resources, and devotion to make a building long-lasting, That's symbolic because the transient human life has to be registered with the permanence of the building. Now, if we make a slight turn, I think it would be fascinating for the Chinese mind and the Italian mind to merge together at this point. I think the value of a long-lasting building in its techniques and the Chinese value of making things long-lasting or value long-lasting may come together. Because as I said, from the technical point of view, the Chinese never invested much energy and effort to make a building long-lasting. So from the royal palace to a humble house, in terms of the structure and construction system and techniques, they are more or less the same. They dissolve, they don't last. And a new dynasty, a new emperor would smash the old and build the new. And what is continuing, it is the idea. So I think, I don't know, I may have been long-winded, but I think this is a great and fascinating question when you begin to look at ecological value and symbolic value as a pair. And then the Chinese conversation and the Italian conversation may have a point of conversation. That's interesting. So the thoughts and ideas will come from there. Now, the first question about the hardcore community and this interesting discovery of yours, you mentioned a suspension. The void is not really a void. The void has the spiritual value. It's not quite empty. And I'm very pleased that you mentioned that. And I hope, in a way, I have somehow dealt with this problem or dealt with this issue throughout the book. But in the final chapter, I have attempted to give it an answer, if not a definitive answer. That is my conversation with Joseph Reinhold. Now, Joseph Reinhold, in an intriguing essay in a book, if the memory serves me right, the book is called Chinese Architecture and the Beaux-Arts. And I was one of the people who actually initiated that book, and I have contributed to that book. But the final chapter in this intriguing essay titled 4 and 5, Joseph Reinhold talked about the completely different cosmologies. One of the West, starting from the Mediterranean world, is the world of four seasons, and the center is a void. Now, according to Reinhold, the Chinese cosmology is 5. The center is solidified. So if you look at the cosmic diagram of the Chinese king's city, you would identify the middle and the color, the yellow earth. And I think Joseph Reinhold has more or less crystallized this understanding and different way of thinking. But after I have gone through this journey of writing this book, you know, by using Courtyard as I say, as a vehicle, my purpose is to understand the Chinese civilization against Western civilization. It is a comparative study, as you have rightly put. I have come to a realization the Chinese center is actually not a void. It's a conversation between a void and a solid object. That is the whole. That is the ancestral shrine. So it's not quite a void. So when Confucius stands in the hall and the room is open to the lower courtyard, when his son tiptoed, you know, walked past the courtyard, and Confucius had a conversation with him. This is called courtyard teaching. This is the moral didactic teaching from the father to the son, but it is not too didactic. It is a lived experiences, because the symbolism is embedded and embodied in architectural space, in architectural form. But the void and the object are not quite separated. It is combined. So I think your observation is so acute And I think it's a wonderful way of describing it, but the rather Italian way, you call it a suspension, you know, you call it the absence. But if I switch to the Chinese language, and I would say the void and the object somehow forms a conversation. Okay, let me stop here. I have been long-winded. I don't know if I have answered the questions that posed by the two of you, and I'm grateful for your insightful and wonderful comments. And
thank you very much, Xing Ruan, for this further explanation and you know, in-depth comments. I'm a bit embarrassed because, you know, I'm in charge of this timing very complex organization of the afternoon. If you don't mind, I think unless Professor Barbera, Professor Chitoniti would further reply, but I think it will take a very long time. I, together with the organizer, the other colleagues, Dina and Alessandra Capanna from Rome, we think that this, meeting of this book is just an initial starting, that maybe we can find a further opportunity in our doctorate courses in the following months to extend our exchange, because, you know, otherwise we would need only one afternoon to dedicate. But in our, you know, IConA conference, for us was important to provide an overview of these works, especially to identify the crossing themes among different authors and different researchers around the world. And so I don't know if there are questions from the people. We don't have, no, I don't think so. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Thank you. Oh, Professor Barbera, we have a question, but the microphone.
I try to be, thank you very much for all the beautiful answer that you gave us. Somehow you made our little comments very noble. But I try to not to stress the differences, but to find some pillars that can be used to understand each other better. In Roman time, the temples were not churches. People did not enter the temple. The temple has no internal space. Yes, it is an internal space, but very small. It is a space in which only the God lives and nobody can enter. The people can stay in front of the temple, like in front of the door of the master of the house, but he does not enter. And all the ceremonies, the ritual ceremonies happen in the square in front of the temple. The sacred space was the house. And before I say the owner of the house, he is the master of the house, pater familias. It means father of the family. And the idea of society is more or less Confucian. The fathers of the families, they gathered together and they elected the first among the other fathers. It was a patriarchal way. The sacred space was the domus. This name is very important, domus. I'll tell you why. There is a fact in the very old history of Rome. Some barbarian coming from north, exactly like in China. Barbarians coming from north in the beginning of the Roman civilization, they occupied Rome. But the fathers of the family say to the youngsters, you go away, you go and defend yourself on the hillside. But we stay here in the house. And they sat in the armchair in the atrium with all the, you know, the dresses and the birds, only alone. The barbarians opened the door and they found the fathers of the family. And they, at the beginning, get scared. They understood, they felt the sacrality of the space and of the man. But at the end, one of them killed the first, so they killed all the fathers. So the house was the real sacred space. Now, with Christianity, the temple does not exist anymore. It existed the church. The church is the house of the community. In fact, the main church of a city is called dome, like domus, is the house. And the city, the medieval city, had only one house, was just all gathered around the house, the with the capital letter, the house, the dome. Now, you mentioned Palladio. Palladio is very interesting this point of view, because the upper class in the Renaissance time did refuse, not openly, but they did refuse the sacrality of the churches. They wanted to go back to the sacrality of the house. So Palladium, who was talking with them, there were, you know, bunches of people talking of philosophy and so on. And he, if you think, Palladium transformed normal country houses in, let's say, churches. The family, the house became again sacred. And there are some of his architecture, like Maser Villa Maser. If you look at the plan, the layout is the layout of a church. But it was secretly understood by the upper class people. So in China, this idea that the house, the void of the house, the atrium, is a sacred space, had a different development. But also in Western culture, I mean, in Italian Renaissance, the idea to take again the sacrality within the house is very strong. But it was not very popular. Only the upper class people wanted to hide it, I would say, not openly, in a secret way, with symbols that only they could understand.
Thank you, Professor Barbera, for this additional, element that for sure it gives us the opportunity to be absolutely to invite again Professor Xing Ruan as soon as we start again in September and to continue this discussion. I sincerely apologize if I interrupt you in this presentation here. We pass to the next book, but please try to understand that we have other colleagues connected from other parts of the world. Thank you again, Xing Ruan, also because the book will come out on October. So this was a sort of anticipation. And we will try to book you for the fall. Maybe you can be connected in Milan, because we have a doctorate which is, linked to Naples, Milan, and Rome. And so we can invent and plan another events. Thank you very much, Domenico, for joining us and for your contribution, Professor Barbera, for your intervention. Thank you very much again, Xing Ruan. And now we pass to the presentation of the book by Gianluca Peluffo, Il Giuramento di Pan. For the English speaker, you can switch to interpretation because there will be a translator from Italian to English, and then we will be back to English. Gianluca Peluffo, architect and professor at University of Core in Sicily, co-founder of 5+1 Architects in 1995 and founder in 2017 of Gianluca Peluffo and Partners. His office delivered a remarkable piece of architecture in Italy and is committed with important also projects abroad. And I think also my colleagues are particularly grateful for the building of the bank office in Tiburtina Station. And is also active as in the international and national debate with writing and cultural activities. His discussant will be Professor Carpenzano, Dean of the School of Architecture of Sapienza, coordinator of the Doctorate in Theory and Design, former director of Department. He is a personality which actively crosses the scholarship of design and an active commitment as a designer, challenging things as the musealization of the archaeological areas in Rome. Just yesterday, he presented the 2 books on Colosseum. He also designed memorials and currently is designing the museum of Fellini in Rimini. And Dina Nencini, coordinator of the Doctorate in Architecture and Construction, since a early stage of academic career, has been an active promoter of architectural events, from exhibition to conferences and publication. Although she graduated in Venice and completed her doctorate at UAV, she developed a special interest on the architectural cultural environment of Roman architects during the 60s as the key to enter in the cultural environment. The floor is to Gianluca Peluffo, and thank you for your participation.
Grazie davvero Anna Irena, grazie a tutti dell'invito. Mi sentite? Sì. Io sono un po' in condizioni non semplicissime, spero che funzioni tutto perché sono in Egitto in questo momento ed è un grande piacere, un grande onore presentare questo libro. Allora, prima di tutto, ciao Orazio, buongiorno. Ho visto anche Antonino prima.
Ciao Gianluca, ti sentiamo bene, molto bene, forte e chiaro.
Benissimo. Senti, io in realtà, non so se tu sei d'accordo, io non voglio fare una presentazione del libro vero e proprio, anche perché mi sembra un po', diciamo, forse inutile o complesso. Volevo più magari dialogare un po' con te su delle tematiche. Io posso mettere in evidenza i temi sui quali nel libro ho cercato un po' di lavorare e poi dialogare con te, con voi su questi argomenti. Il primo argomento che vorrei mettere in evidenza è il fatto che ovviamente non è un libro di teoria, perché non è il mio mestiere e non è la mia competenza. Uso, diciamo, la famosa definizione di Moneo. Posso parlare di inquietudine, diciamo, teorica più che assolutamente di teoria. Anche perché la mia figura di progettista è assolutamente, diciamo, preminente rispetto a quella di, come ho scritto nel libro, di masticatore di pensieri. Ecco, l'unica cosa che posso forse dire, che è il motivo per cui alla fine ho deciso di scrivere questo libro, è che io credo in una serie di cose. Ecco, questo lo voglio dichiarare, nel senso che mi interessa proprio mettere in evidenza come la posizione che ho rispetto alla progettazione, rispetto all'architettura, è nel credere, no? Nell'architettura secondo certe convinzioni, che ovviamente sono convinzioni che hanno le loro fragilità e che credo che magari quando si raggiungono i 50 anni sia giusto provare a dichiarare, no? Dopo aver lavorato molto. Io sono stato, diciamo, fortunato e quindi ho potuto costruire molto in questi anni, e quindi il fatto di costruire molto mi ha portato naturalmente, nel parallelo all'attività universitaria che mi permetteva e mi obbligava a studiare, mi ha portato a ragionare su quale sia il senso per me di fare questo mestiere. E alla fine mi sono reso conto che così io sono un confuso e diciamo istintivo credente di una religione laica, no? Nel senso, l'idea che l'architettura abbia due scopi principali, che sono: il primo è la felicità delle persone e il secondo è la costruzione del cittadino. E diciamo che il libro è realmente costruito sulla declinazione di queste due convinzioni, cioè la convinzione che il nostro dovere e il nostro destino sia lavorare per la felicità delle persone, obiettivo quanto mai ambizioso e forse è terribilmente difficile, e dall'altra parte l'ambizione e la convinzione che il lavoro dell'architettura sia un lavoro pubblico in qualsiasi forma venga realizzato, ed è pubblico perché implica un'azione percettiva e anche catartica. Infatti una parte del libro è dedicata al tema del teatro greco come metafora spaziale, fisica, concettuale dell'architettura, che quindi l'architettura sia il luogo in cui si incontra il sentire personale, il singolo, con il sentire collettivo, cioè che la creazione di spazio e la creazione e l'invenzione di un linguaggio abbiano come scopo creare le condizioni di incontro fra il singolo e la collettività. E questo credo che sia la profonda, diciamo, il profondo destino dell'architettura. Ovviamente connettere il singolo con l'attività, con la collettività, significa, dal mio punto di vista, fare un'azione politica, cioè creare un cittadino, creare il cittadino. È chiaro che queste sono posizioni di fede, nel senso che per me questo è una questione realmente religiosa, no? Nel senso, io credo che il nostro lavoro non possa prescindere da questi destini e questi doveri. Questo implica chiaramente l'idea che l'architettura sia un'azione politica, ma nel farla, ovviamente non come schieramento, perché la creazione di un cittadino e la felicità delle persone sono un atto profondamente politico. Il libro è un po' costruito, diciamo, principalmente sulla declinazione, in certi casi confusa e complicata, in altri casi magari un po' più chiara, di questa convinzione, e diciamo si chiude su il modo attraverso il quale io cerco di immaginare come costruire lo spazio e come costruire il linguaggio a questo scopo. Cioè, dato per assodato in modo, diciamo, aristotelico che c'è un fine e una fine, e che questo fine, questa fine è la costruzione del cittadino più o meno riuscita, è la felicità delle persone più o meno riuscita, io mi sono posto il problema di come creare spazio fisico contemporaneo e linguaggio contemporaneo per ottenere questi obiettivi. La parola, diciamo, chiave per praticare questo percorso progettuale legato allo spazio e al linguaggio per me è il tema genealogico, cioè la genealogia, che non è ovviamente un tema di identità, ma è un tema di appartenenza a un percorso genealogico da scegliere con libertà, perché per fortuna nella nostra cultura, ma in tutte le culture del mondo, le genealogie sono infinite, e quindi c'è un aspetto soggettivo che io considero fondativo nell'atto progettuale, che sta proprio nella scelta della genealogia a cui appartenere. E questo è stato proprio un po' il lavoro che io ho fatto in modo istintivo e faticoso e pieno di errori negli anni nel progettare, proprio l'individuazione di una genealogia di appartenenza. Alla fine mi sono trovato un giorno a leggere un pezzo fulminante dal punto di vista letterario e teorico-estetico di Roberto Longhi, in cui lui dichiara, parlando di Masaccio, la continuità fra Dante e Masaccio dentro al tema dell'ombra dei corpi. No, lui fa questo testo bellissimo che credo molti di voi conosciate, che è un testo meraviglioso, in cui lui spiega come, così come quando nel Purgatorio le anime si accorgono che Dante ha un'ombra, perché è corpo, non par corpo fittizio, no? Come si dice, così Masaccio, nell'affresco in cui San Pietro cura gli infermi con l'ombra, esiste una continuità fra l'essenza corporea e la spiritualità. L'essenza corporea è l'anima. In quel caso ovviamente la spiritualità è religiosa, ma io nel libro lavoro, diciamo, cito molto sia Hillman che Merleau-Ponty. Io ritengo che spiritualità e anima, nella loro compresenza con la fisicità corporea, siano la chiave un po' della genealogia al quale ho deciso di appartenere, che ovviamente è una genealogia rinascimentale, che per quanto mi riguarda continua ed è attiva e viva tuttora. Ecco, diciamo, io mi sentirei un po' di iniziare mettendo in evidenza queste cose, che poi sono un po' il senso del lavoro che io ho fatto. Io poi ho fatto un gioco, fra virgolette, che è nato da un lavoro che ho fatto con gli studenti all'Università Ulm, dove io a Milano, dove io ho insegnato per 7-8 anni, non architettura, perché a Ulm non c'è architettura, ma ho insegnato da una parte rapporti fra l'opera d'arte e l'esposizione, e in altri corsi invece ho insegnato il rapporto fra arte e architettura, e un anno ho fatto un corso in cui ho dato una serie di affiancamenti più o meno giudiziosi fra immagini artistiche e immagini architettoniche. Le uniche immagini appunto che ci sono in questo libro, e mi scuso di questo perché ovviamente un libro senza immagini è senza una punizione, è sempre una punizione, soprattutto per noi che siamo un po' infantili, e le uniche immagini sono proprio l'affiancamento fra immagini dell'arte e immagini dell'architettura. E sono affiancamenti in cui io faccio un gioco, ovviamente, che non è il voler dire che quelle architetture del secolo scorso principalmente si sono ispirate con le opere d'arte, ma l'idea che questa genealogia è uno spirito che attraversa il tempo e che, consapevolmente o meno, lega, in quel caso ad esempio Piero della Francesca con Scarpa, Masaccio con Luigi Moretti, Piero della Francesca con Michelucci. No? Quindi il gioco, che è un gioco realmente che ho fatto fare agli studenti, ho fatto leggere a loro queste analogie, in che termini esistevano queste analogie, è l'unica parte legata alle immagini del libro, che forse può essere un tema divertente e interessante del quale parlare. Aggiungo l'ultima cosa, c'è un capitolo in cui, in modo un po' acrobatico e forzato, parlo di tradizione eretica dell'architettura italiana. Per me l'eresia sta dentro il fatto di credere in qualcosa e scegliere quindi qualcosa. Allora io racconto diciamo due edifici e uno spazio letterario, uno spazio fisico della storia dell'architettura italiana. Sono due edifici assolutamente clamorosamente noti e studiati, che sono la Casa del Fascio di Terragni e Casa Malaparte, di Malaparte e Libera, diciamo, e poi la strena natalizia di Persico, di Edoardo Persico, del Domus del 36 sull'arte romana, e la Sala della Vittoria di Persico. E uso questi tre mondi proprio per raccontare una posizione eretica che sempre, secondo me, appartiene a una tradizione genealogica. Io preferisco appunto identificare una genealogia rinascimentale eretica più che non una genealogia eclettica. Sicuramente la genealogia eclettica in Italia è clamorosamente evidente e presente. Io, come scelta progettuale personale, ho scelto di individuare una genealogia eretica in questi termini. Nulla, vi ringrazio, e i temi sono un po' questi e spero che possiamo un po' discuterne e parlarne.
Grazie. Andiamo in ordine alfabetico, almeno, diciamo, almeno per... Prego, Orazio.
Ma io volevo sentire prima, va bene, posso anche cominciare io. ma avrei sentito... Dunque intanto ciao Gianluca e buonasera a tutti i miei amici e colleghi, da Lucio Barbera, che non vedo l'ora di vedere, Antonino Saggio, Renato, Alessandra Capanna, Dina Lencini, chiaramente, che sta lavorando con Irene tantissimo alla riuscita di questi incontri, che sono, devo dire, fantastici, perché mettono insieme e agglutinano questioni che sono di interesse generale, ma poi anche, diciamo, come nel caso di stasera, presentano l'anima, anzi il cuore messo a nudo di un autore che interviene con un libro, secondo me, molto complicato, molto complesso, anche da decrittare per le evidenti, diciamo, questioni, direi intime, che mette in campo, direi intime, ma sulla generosità di Gianluca e sull'anima di Gianluca, che è una persona e un architetto che ho conosciuto molto bene negli ultimi tempi. Non c'era dubbio che lui lanciasse il cuore oltre l'ostacolo. E io questo libro l'ho letto con grande... Mi sentite bene? Sì. Io questo libro l'ho letto con grandissima attenzione, anche con una certa apprensione, già dalle prime pagine, perché non c'è dubbio che c'è un artificio retorico all'interno del libro che ti induce subito, immediatamente ad essere catturato in questa specie di domanda che ti pone proprio lector in fabula, come diceva Eco, ma questo dove vuole andare a parare? E subito però, immediatamente, diciamo, la prima cosa che avverti è che c'è nella sottotraccia di questo indice molto ambizioso, ma anche curioso, anche bizzarro, l'idea che l'architettura non può integrarsi alla vita se non passa attraverso processi economici e politici, e per farlo deve riprendere un pensiero critico che in qualche modo ha smarrito, cioè deve esplicitare, adesso poi ci arriviamo se a livello personale o a livello collettivo, ma deve esplicitare la, direi, politicità contenuta nella sua attività creativa e costruttiva, cioè deve agire il conflitto che queste due dimensioni vivono per aiutare, diciamo, il mondo e soprattutto l'architettura a emanciparsi da una sorta di profitto nei confronti di se stessa. La seconda questione che volevo mettere in evidenza è che l'arte sempre con l'architettura ha affrontato una questione delicata, cioè quella di indagare sulla natura come madre e matrigna anche dell'individuo. Qui potremmo citare anche il grande Leopardi, e soprattutto le sue regole, perché il tentativo dell'architetto, dell'uomo, ma anche dell'architetto, dell'homo faber, è stato anche quello di districarsi nel rapporto con questa natura. Pensiamo per esempio al misticismo che incombette nel Medioevo, al riscatto rinascimentale e poi dopo allo sguardo perturbato del romanticismo, un tempo in cui tra la prima e la seconda rivoluzione industriale le carte in tavola erano ormai definitivamente cambiate. Si pensò allora che la natura non dovesse più dettare le leggi all'uomo, ma che toccasse all'uomo comandare, al di là delle conseguenze, al di là della fortezza e della terribilità della natura, pur esprimendo talvolta, come dire, anche la disperazione che questo tentativo comportava, proprio in termini di smarrimento, di perdita, Certo non è lo smarrimento che troviamo nel frontespizio dell'abate Laugier. Cioè, l'abate Laugier mette attraverso Charles Eisen una figura che è l'architettura davanti a resti pronti per essere rimontati, che attraverso la ragione che quel genietto, quel bambino con la fiammella in testa, capisce quali sono le regole attraverso le quali costruire, osservando la natura razionale e logica. Siamo nel pieno dell'illuminismo, ovviamente. La storia è lunga, ma possiamo dire che, diciamo, la filosofia della tecnica e del fare contemporaneo, ecco, qui rispondo a Gianluca, diciamo, hanno chiarito il passaggio per cui si è giunti a una condizione nella quale la natura è diventata un insieme di enti inanimati a nostra disposizione. Quella che qualcuno ha chiamato res extensa a nostra disposizione, trasformabile, manipolabile, a piacere, fino, come dire, alla famosa frase fatale del grande Bacone che dirà: il vero nome della cosa è detto utilitas. Perché dico tutto questo? Perché arriviamo al giuramento di Panna. Allora, tra i fenomeni che interessano l'esistenza dell'uomo, ci dice subito Gianluca Peluffo nel libro, anzi lui non ce lo dice, ma questo è quello che guardo io attraverso le due parole, e qui ci torniamo, perché fenomeni che interessano l'esistenza dell'uomo, che non è proprio esattamente quello che ha indicato l'ultima biennale, ma questo poi ci arriviamo. Quali sono questi fenomeni? Sono l'amore e il diritto. Perché l'amore e il diritto si presentano come modalità archetipiche dell'incontro con l'altro. Queste sono le due modalità archetipiche, perché se no Gianluca non gli sarebbe mai venuta in mente questa idea strana del giuramento. Allora, altrettanto importante dentro questo discorso, ma non sufficientemente, secondo me, tematizzato, ma perché giustamente non poteva essere sufficientemente tematizzato, è il fenomeno giuridico. Cioè, a partire da queste premesse si avvia una riflessione sulla, chiamiamola così, differenziazione fenomenologica che sussiste fra quanto viene recepito e vissuto come amore, e Gianluca lo dice quando nelle prime pagine affronta la questione del bambino, eccetera, e quanto invece poi si esperisce come diritto. Attenzione, nel presupposto di una interpersonalità empatica che, come dire, che è costitutiva dell'esistenza di ciascuna persona. Quindi la lettura che si propone qual è? Beh, diciamo, sono due cose che si susseguono. Una dimensione meramente formale, ma formativa, che serve alla comprensione dell'istituzione della realtà sociale, la civitas, il cittadino che si deve formare. E però queste considerazioni impegnano anche il nostro Gianluca su una riflessione del fenomeno erotico, cioè dell'amore. Che guardate, il fenomeno erotico e il fenomeno giuridico sono due fenomeni che sono anche, come si può dire, rinvenibili in quello che lui vuole rendere aduale. Lo cito, perché qui lo sto citando. E cioè nella vocazione a una universalità, qui davvero entriamo in un campo minato, che è quello dell'universalità trialogica nel secondo, cioè il fenomeno erotico per passare a dovere di amare ha bisogno di una terza persona, che può essere il sacerdote, che impartisce il sacramento del matrimonio, ma può essere anche il sindaco che con la sua fascia si mette la fascia e unisce le mani di due persone, ma in tutte le ritualità questa, come dire, questa trialogica composizione è fondamentale. Poi, infatti, noi lo sappiamo che nell'amore non emerge mai la dimensione del dovere. E attenzione, la dimensione del dovere nell'amore, noi lo sappiamo, almeno quelli più grandi tra noi lo sanno, è una cosa che segue all'obbligatorietà imposta dalla legge. Queste osservazioni, diciamo, mi hanno fatto risalire a qualcosa che è sotto traccia, cioè e che mi hanno riportato una famosa frase di Kierkegaard che diceva: soltanto quando è diventato un dovere, solo allora l'amore è conservato in eterno. E qui stiamo parlando di una dimensione ovviamente importante, perché poi voi sapete benissimo che questo diritto si rivela anche come una struttura qualitativa primaria nella relazione civile, nella relazione all'interno della civiltà. Quindi diciamo che amore e diritto, che sembrano due cose separate, sono nel libro di Gianluca Peluffo come il corpo e l'anima, secondo le regole di Merleau-Ponty, che io ho studiato molto attraverso la mia amata e indimenticata amica Lucia Laturra, quando facevamo il teatro danza. E Lucio Barbera se ne ricorda benissimo, perché un giorno andai da lui a trovarlo, mi disse: Carpenzano, questo libretto su fisico, stia attento che non lo porti troppo lontano, però lei fa bene a girovagare, mi disse, lei fa bene a girovagare. Allora, amore e diritto, corpo e anima, sono entrambi fenomeni coesistenziali. E quindi, diciamo, lì fa bene Gianluca a mettere in evidenza questo fatto, perché si specificano a partire da un sentimento vissuto, che è quello dell'amante per l'amato, quello dell'architetto per l'architettura. Cioè, il primo, quello del subire o del ricevere ingiustizia, chiaro? Questo, diciamo, è importante, perché io penso che ogni architetto ha subito e ricevuto ingiustizia dall'architettura, così come ha subito e ricevuto amore dall'architettura. Allora, qui la questione poi si complica, perché all'interno del libro c'è sempre più una ricerca, come dire, di un'attività simbolica nel modo di fare la professione. Cioè un'attività istituita di un ordine che è sempre un ordine però relazionale. Cioè il sentimento dell'amore per l'architettura, ma direi in maniera più intensa per l'esperienza dell'architetto, per l'esperienza di Gianluca Peluffo, dell'architetto autore. E tende, come dire, alla costituzione di un rapporto e quasi, diciamo, sente la necessità di sancire questa relazione affettiva. Sono curioso di sapere cosa ne pensa il mio amico Nino Saggio, di una relazione affettiva che a un certo punto diventa sempre più selettiva, però mai universalizzabile. Allora lì viene in mente, dice, ma come gli è venuto in mente a Gianluca Peluffo di giurare? Giura chi mente. Giurare è una tradizione antichissima, noi lo sappiamo, ma è anche una tentazione ricorrente, perché il giuramento serve a riempire una mancanza di fiducia. Il giuramento riempie una mancanza di fiducia che chi giura affida implicitamente a se stesso. Io quando ero piccolo mio padre mi diceva: non giurare, perché quando giuri so che stai mentendo. Cioè la voglia di giurare avviene nel momento in cui tu vuoi dare alla tua sentenza, alla tua osservazione, una tale solennità da togliere ogni dubbio nei confronti di chi ti sta di fronte, facendo, come si dice, andando oltre il seminato. Perché c'è una bellissima frase di Mamini in Via col Vento, in cui quando lui, Red, gli dice a Mami, dice, ma sei sicura? Lei dice con la sua voce da negrona, non mettere in dubbio. E quando dico non mettere in dubbio, non mettere in dubbio. Quindi, diciamo, questa straordinario passaggio del libro che mi ha molto divertito nel libro di Gianluca Peluffo, perché è una cosa ovviamente seria, e è qualcosa che mi ha fatto scatenare, mi ha fatto balzare dal letto, perché ero nel letto a leggerlo, perché in questi giorni posso leggere solo durante la notte. Cioè, niente di meno che l'eternità all'interno di questo giuramento. E naturalmente noi sappiamo che l'amore è, nel momento in cui vuole accedere all'eternità, ha bisogno di un giuramento. Il giuramento che fanno i due amanti davanti al sacerdote è un giuramento che serve anche a sormontare la morte, a fare ingresso nell'infinità, nell'intimità di una durata eterna, che è quella del non del mio, del Dio, ma è quella del noi. Però dobbiamo dire un'altra cosa, Gianluca, qui è molto importante. L'eterno nell'uomo esistente, esiste nella misura in cui esiste la temporalità. E quindi la temporalità esiste in ogni opera che poi vuole entrare nella relazionalità, quindi anche nell'amore. E qui io direi che, diciamo, quanto dura un rapporto affettivo lasciato anche al sentimento mutevole dei singoli? Cioè, è molto interessante il fatto, tu mi hai fatto pensare a una cosa veramente profonda, che poi tocca, come dire, i gangli nervosi di ognuno di noi, cioè il rapporto della pienezza esistenziale, da una parte il rinvio a uno spazio straordinario, eterno, che sono relegati a una volontarietà temporale. Quindi, e questo può costringere l'altro anche in una condizione angosciata di fine della relazione. Io l'ho vissuta con molte delle mie amanti, ma davvero lo dico, perché è una cosa, cioè la durata dell'amore che aspira all'infinito non resta estranea alla condizione temporalmente finita degli uomini. E quindi, diciamo, la cosa incredibile è che questa può trovare solo la possibilità di inverarsi in una direzione scatologica, come direbbero i filosofi. Ecco. Poi l'altra questione, vediamola, aggiungiamo il terzo punto e poi finisco perché non voglio perdere troppo tempo, cioè l'avvento di un figlio all'interno di una coppia, ok? E come tra l'architetto e l'architettura quando nasce un'opera. E la comparsa del terzo tra gli amanti, come dicevano i grandi, come un testimone del giuramento di fedeltà. Ma tu vorresti, qual è l'opera tua che può diventare il testimone di questo giuramento di fedeltà che tu vuoi fare nei confronti dell'architettura? Perché poi, Gianluca, questo è il punto. È un giuramento che si rinnova solo se non diventa abitudine. Il figlio di una coppia diventa sempre il testimone dei suoi genitori, il terzo che, come dire, conferisce agli amanti la visibilità garantita che loro stessi non potrebbero ottenere nella ripetizione del loro fenomeno erotico. E però, tuttavia, la presenza del figlio, cioè della tua opera, produce il paradosso di un soddisfacimento del desiderio. che, come direbbe il mio grande perduto amore, cioè Battiato, il desiderio è il desiderio di farla finita con il desiderio. Cioè, lui, allora io su questo, diciamo, siccome la cosa mi ha fatto molto arrovellare, ed è una cosa che mi ha veramente, io ti devo ringraziare, prima di tutto perché ovviamente il confronto critico con queste tue descrizioni è un confronto che mi consente anche di chiarire la condizione, come dire, nella quale mi trovo anch'io, perché svela con grande pienezza che come si può determinare questa voglia di giurare, diciamo di giurare come fai tu. Io vorrei quasi citarlo, cioè giuro di perseguire come scopo esclusivo la felicità degli esseri umani, qualsiasi sia il loro ruolo e il loro stato sociale, la loro età o religione, che siano o meno committenti o cittadini. A questa felicità ispirerò con responsabilità e costante impegno professionale, scientifico, culturale e sociale ogni mio atto professionale, finché morte non ci separi. Mi taccio perché potrei andare, guarda, mi hai talmente appassionato, io potrei andare, potrei fare, ma mi taccio.
Dina, ecco, per fortuna che hai cominciato tu, Orazio, perché tutto quello che mi ero appuntato mi sono resa conto, diciamo, sarebbe risultato anche un pochino didascalico, no? In una specie di esegesi del libro, insomma, invece la tua introduzione, diciamo, la tua riflessione mi ha fatto anche capire perché questo libro mi è piaciuto, perché in qualche modo c'è una dimensione teatrale e anche coinvolgente che passa attraverso la concatenazione, un po' quella che tu forse, diciamo, trovi nell'apertura, no, di tutte queste tematiche che consentono ad ognuno di noi di percorrere e intraprendere delle strade all'interno del proprio pensiero, no? E, diciamo che questa dimensione teatrale è sicuramente, diciamo, la dimensione teatrale, adesso è anche forse, diciamo, non corretto nella definizione. Direi, diciamo, che all'inizio io, diciamo, procedo, diciamo, per analogia, no? Quindi cercavo di fare delle associazioni e associare questo libro ad altri libri di architettura, perché indubbiamente, diciamo, Peluffo mette in atto la sua posizione anche nella scrittura del testo, cioè questa eterodossia, no? Questo praticare, diciamo, la trattazione dell'architettura secondo una strada non, come dire, non consueta, non conforme. Quindi pensavo, diciamo, da un lato all'affermazione e alla contraddizione contemporanea, cioè è un manifesto, questo libro in qualche modo è un manifesto di intenti, però contemporaneamente è anche cioè è anche autobiografico e dice delle cose che riguardano la storia personale di Peluffo, e è essenziale perché vuole toccare degli aspetti fondativi dell'architettura, ma è anche esistenziale, cioè pone la questione, come tu hai messo bene in evidenza, Orazio, a partire dall'attraversamento di tutte le questioni che l'architetto si pone, no? E quindi secondo, diciamo, una dimensione appunto dell'esistenza, dell'essere architetti, dell'esistere come architetti più che dell'essere architetti, no? Quindi è un'antitrattazione, questa secondo me è il primo livello vero di critica al movimento moderno e al pensiero moderno, che indubbiamente è quello che ha dominato il Novecento e sta procedendo. Provo a dire, diciamo, qualcosa per aggiungere, provare ad aggiungere, diciamo, degli argomenti. Secondo me l'aspetto, diciamo, legato alla questione della tecnologia. Da un lato, diciamo, c'è un percorso che Peluffo intraprende dal punto di vista della dimensione dell'origine, no? Si interroga in qualche modo su dove risiede l'origine dell'architettura in quanto espressione umana per eccellenza, e quindi nella sua dimensione artistica, espressiva, linguistica, e dall'altra però, diciamo, si comprende, diciamo, il problema, no? Che è un problema contemporaneo del come ci si pone in relazione a un mondo e a un tempo nel quale la dimensione tecnologica è preponderante. E come esprimere l'architettura a partire, diciamo, dal proprio giuramento, cercando, non volendo essere coerenti, perché questo di nuovo costituirebbe un principio di contraddizione, cioè l'apertura, l'incoerenza, nel senso lo dicevi tu prima, Orazio, no? Cioè il giuramento, però in realtà è il paradosso, no, del giuramento, quindi la coerenza, la paradossalità della coerenza nella scrittura, appunto, che è molto, molto incalzante, no? Nella lettura. La scrittura, che è una scrittura eterogenea, fatta di parti, di citazioni, di brani, di affermazioni fortemente soggettive, no? E quindi la presa di posizione a partire da una intenzione non eminentemente scientifica, quindi il sapere in qualche modo non è un sapere scientifico trattatistico, ma il sapere è qualche cosa che passa attraverso l'esperienza di quello che noi facciamo, andando a recuperare quell'originaria dimensione umana che il movimento moderno, diciamo, volendo trovare un vizio di origine, diciamo, il movimento moderno dissocia e distacca, no? L'architettura non è più esito della costruzione umana in termini diretti, ma si introduce, si intromette, diciamo, la tecnologia, la replica, la ripetizione, la reiterazione, e quindi qualche cosa di anti-umano, qualcuno direbbe di post-umano. Qual è, diciamo, appunto il problema, secondo me, che si pone? Da un lato, diciamo, quello interno proprio della dimensione, diciamo, del conflitto, che è la dimensione poetica e la dimensione politica, lo dicevi tu prima, no? Orazio, la questione della politicità, no? Però allo stesso tempo il fatto che l'architettura è interna all'arte, quindi attinge, diciamo, all'immagine, attinge è forma e quindi è espressione poetica. Poi qui appunto ognuno può declinare, diciamo, questa parola secondo la propria idea, le proprie intenzioni, e questo, diciamo, conflitto interno è sicuramente, diciamo, il problema anche della nostra relazione col mondo, che vogliamo, anche guardando in faccia la realtà, no? Della nostra intenzione di modificare il mondo, di trasformarlo. Ognuno di noi si immagina, diciamo, che quello che fa è assolutamente giusto, è assolutamente vero e deve essere assolutamente realizzarsi. Allora questa convivenza, no, di un'appartenenza, diciamo, a una dimensione universale, tutti gli uomini, no? E dell'architetto, che è uomo tra tutti gli uomini, è secondo me poi resa, diciamo, più drammatica o forse anche tragica appunto dall'intromissione del piano tecnologico, che significa, secondo me, nel contemporaneo anche finanziario, perché il rapporto, diciamo, tra la tecnologia, e qui secondo me, io credo, diciamo, che Peluffo nel libro apre anche uno squarcio su questa sulla critica al movimento moderno, no? Cioè la comprensione delle contraddizioni, delle numerose contraddizioni che forse sono anche quelle che ne hanno alimentato, diciamo, la persistenza nel pensiero architettonico, le molteplici contraddizioni tra appunto una dimensione riproducibile e una intenzione invece assolutamente singolare, individuale, dominata appunto da un piano che poi è quello del potere finanziario, della possibilità di realizzarsi attraverso un accoglimento a un livello che non ha niente a che fare con tutta quella che è la storia dell'architettura. C'è come dire, questa disorganicità, no? questo distacco, questa sconnessione irreparabile probabilmente, e che continua ad essere il luogo, diciamo, della riflessione, secondo me, nel contemporaneo sull'arte in generale, diciamo, poi tra il resto, no? Non solo sull'architettura. Ci sarebbero moltissimi altri spunti. Anch'io, diciamo, come diceva prima Orazio, mi sono immersa in questa lettura e in effetti appunto in questo labirinto, no? Nel quale, ecco, forse l'ultima cosa che direi riguarda, diciamo, da un lato c'è un'intenzione molto, molto comunicativa, secondo me, in questo libro, no? Cioè del voler coinvolgere chi legge in una maniera molto diretta, con poco distacco, no? A far partecipare internamente nella lettura chi legge, può essere anche un non architetto, non è, diciamo, destinato agli architetti, non è un libro, diciamo, è un libro aperto, inclusivo. E dall'altra però c'è, secondo me, una forma di custodia che viene messa in atto, perché alla fine, che poi probabilmente è anche la parte, diciamo, di interesse del libro, fino in fondo, diciamo, non si coglie, cioè non si arriva fino in fondo. È come appunto nel procedere del labirinto, si fa esperienza di quello spazio, figura antimoderna per eccellenza, non a caso. Si fa esperienza di quello spazio, si arriva però poi, diciamo, di fronte a un'interruzione, si deve tornare indietro e si ricomincia, diciamo, questo percorso. Questa forma, diciamo, forse il labirinto, il custode del labirinto, il minotauro, per avvicinarmi, diciamo, anche alle figure retoriche appunto utilizzate da Peluffo, mi sembra, diciamo, quello che conclude questa mia riflessione. Grazie.
Grazie davvero.
Bene Gianluca, a te se ci sono dei commenti, non è obbligatorio, però se ci sono delle...
Beh, dunque, ovviamente è inutile dire che ringrazio Dina e Orazio per...
Volevo dire qualcosa.
Ah sì, certo.
Volevo dire qualcosa, ma ho bisogno, vabbè, una cosa la dico subito perché erano due cose in realtà. Questo impulso, che è anche un appello alla ricerca della felicità attraverso degli altri, attraverso il nostro progetto, muove in me Noi dobbiamo cercare, non possiamo cercare la felicità attraverso il progetto, la dignità, ecco quello che noi dobbiamo cercare, perché poi nelle case che progettiamo, negli spazi che progettiamo, nella città che ci progettiamo, è già troppo ottimistico pensare che il 50% è felicità, quel 50% è dolore, ma anche nei momenti bui che riempiono la nostra vita, nelle disillusioni, nella morte, comunque quello che progettiamo deve dare dignità, quindi rappresentare la sua qualità umana e anche la funzionalità che merita. Quindi non la felicità, perché sennò sembriamo dei demiurghi, no? La volontà di essere demiurghi, gli architetti spesso lo fanno, ma di dare dignità a qualsiasi condizione umana. Dignità a qualsiasi condizione umana. Per la seconda cosa, che sarà molto più breve, ho bisogno dello schermo, professoressa.
Prego, professore. Mi aveva promesso un minuto.
Dai, uno schermo è molto semplice.
No,
Per legare...
Deve condividerlo, prego. Condivida lei. C'è il bottone verde sotto, condividi schermo e parti.
Lo faccio per legare questo a questa discussione a quella cinese. Che devo fare? Condivido. Allora, Masaccio, lo vedete Masaccio? Lo vedete? Peluffo?
Sì, lo vediamo,
Vede
lo
Masaccio?
vediamo, lo vediamo.
L'ombra, Masaccio, Dante, l'ombra che è testimone e nello stesso tempo araldo del nostro essere nello spazio-tempo della realtà. Quindi addirittura l'ombra, invece di essere una nostra proiezione, diventa la nostra presenza viva, l'unica vera testimonianza della nostra presenza viva nella realtà. Adesso vediamo questo. Questo è un quadro di un pittore, di un grande artista italiano che si chiama Baldassarre Castiglione, che visse e operò meravigliosamente in Cina alla corte degli imperatori cinesi, che era già non mi ricordo se erano i Ming o quelli precedenti, ma i Ming, nella prima metà del XVIII secolo. Quindi voi potete immaginare che lui viene da un secolo, cioè la sua cultura è fatta di ombra, addirittura di Caravaggio, dei tenebristi, e fa l'architetto, ha lasciato delle cose strepitose dai giardini imperiali, e dipinge, sa dipingere, voi vedete il cavallo, sa dipingere come un artista post-rinascimentale del Settecento. Ma non c'è ombra, perché il committente, questo imperatore cinese, non permette che ci sia l'ombra. Allora, quando noi parliamo con il nostro amico e collega straordinario Ruan, dobbiamo sempre pensare che la nostra cultura è una cultura che afferma la sua realtà con l'ombra, che è il testimone che noi siamo stati gettati nella realtà. Per il mondo cinese proprio questa testimonianza deve essere cancellata. E allora quella coincidenza tra il cielo e la terra può avvenire, perché non è il cielo che proietta la luce che viene poi proiettata come ombra, ma è fusa in tutt'uno, soffuso. Quindi la cultura cinese può essere prammatica, ma non realista. E mi chiudo. Grazie.
Grazie professore, se sgancia lo schermo perché servirà dopo, grazie.
Fatto.
Grazie professore. Inizio da qui, poi vado invece a dialogare, a dire qualcosa su quello che hanno detto Dina e Orazio. Uno dei libri che più mi ha aiutato a mettere insieme poi questo testo è stato un libro di François Xing, che è 5 meditazioni sulla bellezza, che è esattamente il lavoro di cui parlava il professor Barbera ora, cioè il confronto fra l'idea di bellezza della cultura cinese e l'idea di bellezza della nostra cultura, della cultura diciamo occidentale o mediterranea da certi punti di vista, e dal tema della corporeità e del chiasma fra del collegamento, no, del percettivo fra l'atto di guardare, l'atto di vedere la realtà. Ed è stato proprio uno dei punti di partenza sul quale io ho cercato di lavorare, proprio il fatto che la nostra specifica azione di connessione fra il guardare e il vedere, quindi fra il, diciamo, l'atto tecnico dell'occhio che guarda e la trasformazione dell'atto tecnico dell'occhio in una sensazione percettiva e sentimentale rispetto alla realtà, è un po', diciamo, chiaramente dentro un percorso fenomenologico, è stato uno dei punti di partenza di questo lavoro, per cui lo ringrazio davvero, perché questa osservazione è proprio dentro e sta alla base del lavoro che io ho cercato di fare. Il libro di François Xing è un libro interessantissimo, perché è un libro di un cinese, di un filosofo, di un pensatore cinese che si trasferisce in Francia, in Europa, a lavorare, a studiare, a insegnare, e sente che il confronto fra diciamo l'assenza di corpo e la corporeità è una delle chiavi centrali sulle quali comprendere diciamo anche la contemporaneità dell'arte. Questo tema, e qui vado all'indietro, quindi vado a quello che ha detto la professoressa Rincini, c'è proprio anche il collegamento rispetto al tema tecnologico, cioè quando si parla di passaggio dall'azione del guardare, che è un'azione, io dico tecnologica, nel senso che è il meccanismo dell'occhio, no? Quindi è una tecnica, attraverso appunto il nervo del chiasma, che diventa poi invece percezione sentimentale e quindi emozionale, c'è proprio un po' questo passaggio che è essenziale rispetto al tema della tecnologia, no? Io quello che da architetto ho potuto vedere in questi anni è il fallimento di un tentativo, diciamo, eroico di mantenere in vita certi principi del movimento moderno che collegano la determinazione del linguaggio a un'invenzione tecnologica. Ad esempio il tentativo che ha fatto quello che secondo me è il più grande architetto degli ultimi 30 anni, che è Jean-Nouvel, che è quello della, diciamo, smaterializzazione della perdita di peso, l'idea che la tecnologia fosse così avanzata da permettere all'architettura di essere di riuscire quasi a svanire, cosa che lui ha compreso impossibile ed ha, come dire, smesso di praticare. Ecco, uno dei punti proprio centrali, credo, del libro è proprio la dichiarazione di come in questo momento non esiste una tecnologia in grado di determinare un linguaggio dell'architettura, e quindi la crisi del movimento moderno mi sembra definitiva, nel senso che l'impossibilità di definire un linguaggio attraverso una qualsiasi tecnologia contemporanea mi sembra, diciamo, la caratteristica più forte che abbiamo vissuto nell'architettura degli ultimi 20-30 anni, no? Il rifugiarsi nelle pelli che diventano poi elementi di distacco dalla realtà, di nuovo, mi sembra sia stato l'inizio di questa fine, di questa sconfitta della ricerca della tecnologia come linguaggio architettonico. Credo che il delirio ecologista dal punto di vista del linguaggio che stiamo vivendo in questo periodo sia l'esaltazione di questa conclusione, no? Sia chiaramente il fatto di arrendersi all'impossibilità di una tecnologia di determinare l'architettura. Allora, di fronte a questa domanda che io mi sono fatto da progettista per anni, ovvero dentro una cultura che nasce dal movimento moderno, non è più possibile determinare un linguaggio architettonico attraverso la tecnologia, qual è il modo attraverso il quale determinarlo? Cioè in che maniera determinare il linguaggio architettonico? È per questo che, e qui mi ricollego a quello di cui ha parlato Orazio, mi sono sentito, come dire, in dovere di utilizzare il termine giuramento, perché, diciamo, non è tanto chiaramente un tema di menzogna, ma è un tema di impotenza. Cioè nel senso di dire io non sono in grado di determinare secondo i principi abituali che abbiamo vissuto negli ultimi 100 anni, 120 anni, forse anche di più, non sono in condizioni di capire come determinare un linguaggio architettonico, quindi un dialogo fra architettura e città, fra architettura e esseri umani attraverso la tecnologia. Mi sento che l'unico modo di poterlo fare è giurare che la mia attività ha degli scopi che sono religiosi, e sono religiosi in termini laici. È chiaro che nella realtà forse l'unica cosa che a cui possiamo aspirare è la funzionalità e la dignità, ma io credo che in questo momento ci sia bisogno non di architetti ma di sciamani, e quindi di figure che lavorino in termini sciamanici e quindi abbiano obiettivi di altro tipo, che sono obiettivi raggiungibili, come quello della felicità delle persone. Proprio perché credo che il fallimento della tecnologia come strumento, come linguaggio dell'architettura sia un fallimento legato, e mi ricollego diciamo, di nuovo a quello che diceva Dina, al passaggio da un capitalismo del prodotto a un capitalismo finanziario. È chiaro che un capitalismo del prodotto determina prodotti e tecnologie tali da determinare un linguaggio dell'architettura, ed è quello che è successo. Quando il capitalismo del prodotto muore, o diciamo diventa secondario, come è successo negli ultimi 20-30 anni, ma è solo capitalismo finanziario, non c'è un prodotto tecnologico creato da questo capitalismo capace di determinare l'architettura, e quindi l'architettura cerca altri strumenti attraverso il quale servire il capitalismo finanziario. L'ecologia è uno di questi. L'ecologia è clamorosamente uno strumento del capitalismo finanziario per continuare a avere potere dentro le nostre città. Allora, di fronte a questo io mi sento di diciamo, dover fare un giuramento, che è quello di non praticare questa ricerca di linguaggio in questi termini, cioè di non praticare una ricerca di linguaggio che abbia questo scopo, che sia uno strumento di questo capitalismo finanziario e quindi di questa realtà che noi viviamo oggi, che trovo sia una realtà cattiva, un cattivo presente. No, io lo dico molte volte. È chiaro che dentro tutto questo ci sono tutti quegli aspetti di cui ha parlato Orazio, cioè c'è la menzogna, c'è il fatto di non essere all'altezza, c'è il fatto che il proprio figlio possa non sembrare come pensavamo, no? Un figlio ideale, quindi la nostra opera possono avere queste caratteristiche, che la questione politica sia una politica che io per forza leggo al tema del dovere, o prima che al tema del diritto. No? È chiaro che quando parlo di giuramento metto in ballo, così come succede nel matrimonio e in altre cose, prima di tutto il dovere rispetto al diritto, e quindi faccio una forzatura che è una forzatura molto, come dire, delicata ed estrema. Da questo punto di vista è ovvio che il libro è prima di tutto soggettivo autobiografico, nel senso che appunto io lo faccio dicendo: non credo possibile fare architettura senza esprimere potentemente una questione soggettiva e autobiografica, cioè lo credo assolutamente impossibile, e credo che senza un'espressione autobiografica e soggettiva non si riesca a fare nulla per la comunità. E questo chiaramente è una dichiarazione corporea, nel senso, come dire, è una dichiarazione di una missione. Parlavo prima di sciamanesimo, adesso posso parlare di missione. Ed è chiaro che sono tutte posizioni molto, diciamo, acrobatiche, pericolose, estreme, si possono definire in tantissime maniere, ma mi sembrano inevitabili. No? Mi sembra che il dovere che io mi sento di dover, come dire, praticare personalmente, chiaramente, è questo. Davvero vi devo ringraziare, perché sono state osservazioni tutte straordinarie e che mi fanno pensare tantissimo a quello che ho fatto. Io ho avuto la fortuna in questi anni, facendo l'architetto, di lavorare con, non so, con persone che hanno fatto le foto del mio lavoro, come Nesta Caviola, o artisti che hanno fatto lavoro sui modelli, sulle mie architetture, e da tutte queste persone mi sono reso conto di aver imparato enormemente, e infatti li ho ringraziati nel libro, e devo ringraziare voi, perché diciamo le parole di oggi mi sono state veramente, oltre che commoventi, utili, e quindi davvero grazie di questa occasione. E scusatemi la difficoltà di collegamento, ma insomma sono un po' lontano, ecco, quindi tutto qui.
Prego, Orazio.
No, è tutto perfetto, il collegamento tuo, sarai lontano, ma Non siamo ma no, si sente benissimo ed è tutto chiaro.
Bene, grazie
No,
davvero.
guarda Gianluca, io diciamo voglio solo aggiungere una cosina che forse può avere una ragione d'essere all'interno, perché comprende, come dire, anche le parti del discorso che tu adesso stavi cercando di completare, no? Nel tuo ragionamento. Io dico che alla fine della fiera noi ci risiamo sempre quando ragioniamo dell'architettura, cioè che quando un architetto progetta come fai tu e hai la fortuna di farlo vedendo anche gli effetti della tua progettazione, cioè non solo perché riesci a toccare fisicamente quello che fai, ma poi anche di valutare come le persone e la vita può svolgersi all'interno dello spazio che tu hai pensato. Allora io ogni volta mi domando, per quelle poche cose che ho fatto, se l'architettura mostra, come dire, alla fine la verità innocente di ciò che accade, oppure suggerisce che l'ordine, l'armonia, la bellezza sono trasportate da altro oltre quello che ci metto io. E questo altro io sarei molto contento se riuscissi a suggerirlo, ma non a perseguirlo in maniera, come si può dire, forzatamente orientata. Allora, l'architettura deve porre questioni che non possono trascendere, come dire, i temi che sono al centro del tuo libro, però credo anche che deve occuparsi, scusate, io credo anche che deve occuparsi avendo in mente le due polarità del tuo discorso, perché poi le due polarità del tuo discorso, caro Gianluca, sono di nuovo dentro il tema. Anche qui mettiamo un'altra, come dire, un'altra opposizione a duale, no? La scienza e l'arte, no? Aggiungiamola alle altre due categorie che erano quelle, diciamo, del corpo e dello spirito o dell'anima, chiamiamola come ti pare a te, e quello, se vogliamo, anche del razionale e irrazionale, che poi è contenuto anche nel dittico positivo che ci sta tra le idee e le immagini. Cioè, cose che seguono un procedimento logico e cose che seguono un procedimento paralogico o simillogico. Allora, io dico che l'analisi dei problemi per noi architetti è fondamentale e noi questo non possiamo evitarlo, perché noi, come ogni cosa nell'universo, siamo anche connessi a un tutto di cui siamo parte significativa. Ma questa attitudine, no, che qualche filosofo ha chiamato proprio attitudine dell'osservatore, pensiamo anche ai sociologi Maturana e Varela, non deve mai stare separata, secondo me, da una visione che comporta intuizioni, trasfigurazioni, processualità paralogiche, irrazionalità. Questo tu lo dici molto bene. Però questo è anche da sempre il rischio dell'architettura nelle sue alterne vicende. E ritorniamo qui al razionalismo che tu, o al movimento moderno che tu metti sotto processo. Secondo me con una come dire, severità eccessiva, perché lo estrapoli dal contesto nel quale lui va inserito, perché le questioni vanno sempre giudicate all'interno dei loro contesti. Però va benissimo. Allora il rischio qual è? Ma il rischio è che quando l'architettura si separa troppo dalla scienza diventa troppo aleatoria. Quando l'architettura cerca di coniugarsi strettamente alla scienza, diventa troppo razionale. E non sempre, cioè, certe volte l'architettura non è stata nella storia sempre in grado di giudicare la sua utilità. Al contrario delle scienze dure che ostentano l'assoluto dominio dell'esistente razionalmente riconoscibile. Quindi l'architettura, noi lo sappiamo, abbraccia una dimensione che va oltre il paradigma scientifico. Io cerco di spiegarlo anche all'interno di Sapienza ai miei colleghi. E poi noi sappiamo che questo ha creato tutto un fraintendimento, no? Le materie, le discipline scientifiche, quelle parametriche, quelle non parametriche, quelle bibliometriche, quelle non bibliometriche, eccetera, eccetera. E allora l'architettura, dobbiamo dirlo, abbraccia anche una dimensione che va oltre il paradigma scientifico e la dobbiamo accettare. Ora, giurare su questo è un rischio che come dire, è agli antipodi della concretezza di cui può vantarsi il giuramento di Ippocrate, cioè la scienza, la quale però deve esibire l'esperimento che verifica ogni assunto. Noi non lo dobbiamo fare questo. Noi abbiamo una responsabilità doppia perché questo obbligo non ce l'abbiamo e pur tuttavia dobbiamo perseguirlo. Però io dico che questo è un rischio che l'architettura deve continuare ad assumersi, altrimenti morirà disperata per due motivi. Il primo, per aver privato l'uomo di uno strumento indispensabile per gestire la complessità, cioè la fantasia. E quindi per saper connettere armonicamente anche i saperi, perché questo fa l'architettura, non perché l'ha detto Vitruvio, anche perché l'ha detto Vitruvio, ma questo fa l'architettura. E il secondo il motivo per cui morirà disperata è per aver tradito la sua meravigliosa storia, che ha sempre portato, come dire, attraverso questo viaggio misterioso della trasfigurazione, così irreale e tuttavia così efficace, così avulso dall'esistenza, no? Eppure così profondamente compenetrato nell'intimo, come dici tu, Gianluca, così superfluo e così indispensabile, ha portato nuovi valori e grande bellezza al mondo. E direbbe Lucio Barbera, dignità. Dignità è una parola bellissima, però Lucio, dobbiamo pretendere un po' di più. Va bene la dignità va benissimo e aggiungiamoci anche un po' di bellezza che non fa male a nessuno. Io mi ricordo sempre questa cosa della mia famiglia, quando le signore della mia famiglia rattoppavano i pantaloni perché non c'erano i soldi per portarli nuovi, facevano un esercizio di fantasia straordinario, perché quelle toppe, quando non potevano essere una ricucitura delle trame sfilacciate, diventavano anche l'occasione per inserire una decorazione all'interno dello strappo, no? Ecco, questo è straordinariamente importante perché quel rammendo si presentava non solo dignitoso, ma addirittura ambiva ad essere bello. Tant'è vero che poi lo sappiamo che fine hanno fatto i rammendi nella moda contemporanea e nell'architettura contemporanea. Grazie Gianluca, grazie davvero.
Grazie a te davvero, grazie a voi. Grazie Anna.
Grazie a tutti, grazie e buon lavoro.
Grazie davvero e buon lavoro.
Grazie, buon lavoro.
Grazie.
Continuiamo il percorso. We continue our journey. So it's time to shift to the book of Reinhold Martin, who is already here with us and has to share his screen. So Knowledge words. Reinhold Martin, architect and scholar, is an historian of architecture and media and professor of architecture in the Graduate School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation at Columbia University, where he directs the Temple Honeywood Center for the Study of American Architecture. Received his PhD from Princeton University in 1999. At Columbia, Martin is a member of the Center for Comparative Media, the Institute of Comparative Literature and Society, and the Committee on Global Thought. And he is a former chair of the Society of Fellows, Heyman Center for the Humanities. He was also a founding co-editor of the interdisciplinary journal Grey Room. Colleagues of him from Cambridge used to define him the conscience of his generation. We will see what he means through the reading of his book. The discussant will be Francesco Menegatti, professor at the Polytechnic of Milan. He, together with Dina Nencini, they are very committed in the architectural design practicing through competition and exhibition. He wrote extensively on housing, especially on Italian housing, and delivered a monographic study on Milano Verde, a demonstrative design of the Italian rationalism produced in Milan during, the 30s. Antonino Saggio, full professor of architecture and urban design, former coordinator of the doctorate in theory of architecture and design, is among the Italian academics which better knows the American academia, having studied and graduated himself when he was young, but he's still young in his mind. Is a wider spectrum of experience as a scholar. He wrote and dedicated energy to monography of architects like Giuseppe Pagano, Giuseppe Terragni, Peter Eisenman, together with a leading role established from the 90s in the understanding, especially in Italy, of the revolution IT in architecture. Thank you, Reinhold. The floor is yours, and thank you for accepting our invitation.
Okay, well, thank you so much. You can hear me, right? It's okay? Sounds okay? Okay. Yeah, well, we're gonna probably shift the focus of the conversation a little bit now. From something like, I suppose, the metaphysics of architecture to the rather more profane architecture of metaphysics. And so I really do want to begin with the most sincere thanks to Anna and to Dina Nencini for the kind invitation to speak with you today, and to Francesco Menegatti and Antonio Saggio for so generously taking the time to read the book. I mean, sorry, it's long, but I thank you for that. And of course, to offer your thoughts about it, to which I very much look forward. So just to help to frame this discussion, I wanted to offer some background about the overall subject of the book and the approach. So a bit of context that might help connect to some of the other dimensions and aspects of our field. So I'll try to speak for about 20 minutes, if that's okay. I'll share some images in the middle to help give everybody a little more concrete sense of what we're discussing. So this book, Knowledge Worlds, is really about three things at once. First, it's about the history of colleges and universities in the United States from around 1800 to around 1975. Second, it's about the material infrastructures or media complexes that shaped knowledge produced and taught in those institutions, and those who studied and taught there as well. And third, it is about the cognitive horizons, the symbolic form within which that knowledge acquired meaning. In that sense, the book can be read in at least three ways, I think, as intellectual history, as media history, and as cultural history. Now, you will notice, of course, that I didn't quite say architectural history. And so you might rightly wonder why we are discussing this book here at an architecture conference, and I'll try to explain a little bit how that might make some sense, at least. My humble response to you is that although Knowledge Worlds is not, in fact, architectural history in the traditional sense, the book tries to show how to do history, how to study history, media history, cultural history, intellectual history with architecture. So how to do history with architecture. That is, Knowledge Worlds turns architecture's world-making capacities into a platform from which to view and which to understand a long-term societal change, including the slow, irregular emergence of what today we call the neoliberal episteme that is alluded to by Anna and her colleagues in framing the conference. In other words, rather than asking, how does architecture relate to society? Knowledge Worlds asks, what does society look like when seen through architecture? Now, this seeing through, in the sense of looking through a window, like almost like, think about it literally, like we're looking at one another here on a screen, summarizes the expanded sense of media to which architecture belongs, as a frame, a divider, a door, a screen, a base, etc. Architecture then as one among many media, a medium not so much of artistic expression as in the term medium specificity that we know when applied to fine art like painting, but more so as a cognitive medium, a means of structuring the world such that it can be seen, known, and made. Understanding the university as a media complex then allows us to map the shifting topologies of knowledge, or the connections and conflicts by which what is inside is what is distinguished from what is outside, such that, for example, scholars can sit quietly in libraries, reading their books as though they were watching a movie in Plato's cave. So my opening sort of disclaimer that Knowledge Worlds is less a history of architecture than it's a form of cultural, intellectual, or media history written with architecture is also a way of entering what I take to be the main theme of the conference, the specificity of architectural knowledge, through the back door of infrastructure, or the hardware with which we experience, know, and make our world. So sort of through the screen or the window. To do so, I'm not going to summarize the book's kind of what are essentially 8 interwoven chapters, genealogical studies of university buildings and campuses in the United States, which moved, just to give a general sense, from the ecclesiastical colleges of the very early Republic around 1800 to the consolidation of the large research universities around 1900 to the integration of military, industrial, and academic interests during the post-war decades. Instead, I point only to a common thread out of which arises a particular form of experience, aesthetic experience, that architectural knowledge, I think, is especially useful in decoding. Most broadly, the book's 8 chapters follow the long, uneven transition over the course of almost 2 centuries from the liberal cultivation of something like an American Bildung, or the personal development of citizens in the early colleges, to the full-fledged emergence of what we can call neoliberal reason in the entrepreneurial networks of the post-war universities. But if we are accustomed to understanding a term like neoliberal in its principally economic sense, recognizing an aesthetic dimension casts the political economy of knowledge in a strangely enchanted light. And so I'm going to try to show you a little bit about how maybe that came to be. So here now I'm going to share my screen. You see that, right? Good. All right, so there's the book. Yes, good. Yeah. So although none of these genealogies touch directly on this, over the course of these same 2 centuries, architecture itself as a field, a discipline and a profession, joined the liberal and later neoliberal professions, as degree programs in architectural design in the US were established at universities like MIT, Cornell, and Columbia, but also at historically Black institutions like the Tuskegee Institute, where the students you see here made the bricks and indeed built the buildings. Reconstructing the history of architectural education then, from these early programs to today's well-known professional schools, might offer fairly direct access to the questions concerning the specificity of architectural knowledge that broadly are posed by this conference. to which we would have to add, of course, the professionalization of the architect within industrial and later post-industrial capitalism, something like what was just discussed in some ways. My approach, however, has been different. And in the remaining few minutes, I just want to show, with the aid of some brief examples, how certain media complexes help to restructure university-based knowledge in general, before, that is, architecture became a subject formally studied in colleges and universities, and then even during that time, as it continued to do so, sort of beyond the domain of architecture as a discipline. So, but first, just a few words about the book's central arguments. Most succinctly, I argue that colleges and universities in the United States over the course of these centuries have been and remain provisional solutions to boundary problems, sort of design solutions to boundary problems regarding the production, storage, and transmission of knowledge. Those problems refer to who is in and who is out, what counts as academic knowledge and what does not, how spheres of knowledge are divided, and the social and intellectual hierarchies to which those divisions belong. The relevant boundaries of inside and outside, above and below, and so on, come into view most often through small technical details, some of which are even extramural, extracurricular, outside the actual university. Like, for example, this dumbwaiter built into Thomas Jefferson's dining room at Monticello, not far from the University of Virginia, which Jefferson, of course, also designed. Above on the section is the dining room, and below is the wine cellar. Built into the sides of the dining room fireplace, which is just visible on the right, is a mechanism by which a gathering of white masters above, white sort of patriarchs above, could receive French wine from enslaved servants below. As its name suggests, this apparatus, the dumbwaiter, is therefore, in that sense, a silence-producing machine, designed so that those supplying the wine from below would neither interrupt nor overhear the enlightened conversation, so to speak, that their enslaved lives supported. So it's a media complex here, or at least a piece of that, a way of producing both silence and speech, or enabling it. Enlightenment in this case was therefore quite literally a product of technologically produced silence and, of course, of domination, which extended to the silence necessary to read the books stored in the library. Here, you see in the center, in the library rotunda that Jefferson designed at the university itself. About a century later, that library would be reinterpreted by New York's premier Beaux-Arts firm, McKim, Mead & White, as the centerpiece of the new Columbia campus in Upper Manhattan, which you see here. But where Jefferson's Rotunda was still an intimate monument to private reading at the scale of a Neo-Palladian villa, Charles McKim's library here at Columbia was a much grander monument to public reading, a theater of research at an urban scale. Both had the Pantheon, of course, as their archetype, but where the Enlightenment envisioned and practiced at the University of Virginia derived quite directly from that was commemorated, for example, in Etienne Louis Boulet's luminous cenotaph to Newton. The Columbia Dome was illuminated not by a Copernican sun, but by an electrified moon, which you see here at the center, designed by a physicist in collaboration with the architect, the physicist William Halleck. This was something like enlightenment at dusk in moonlight. A 7-foot gray sphere, you see here, suspended from the ceiling of the dome and illuminated by 8 arc light slide projectors positioned in the rotunda's galleries to generate an artificial moonlight insufficiently bright to read by. It wasn't bright enough to read by. There were lamps at the desks, but enchanting enough to enforce a hushed silence among the growing cadres of professional scholars who were, of course, the ideal subjects of the new research university, the people sitting at the desks, gathering their books below. Now, a few years earlier, at another apotheosis of the Beaux-Arts, the 1893 World Columbian Exhibition in Chicago, the historian Frederick Jackson Turner had referred to this map of population density across the continental US from the census of 1890 to argue that the country's western frontier, a constantly shifting front of bloody conquest, had been closed as pockets of settlement, many around the new land-grant universities, now stretched between the two coasts. The University of California at Berkeley, with a new Beaux-Arts campus planned by the architect John Galen Howard, sat on that frontier, and the Hearst Memorial Mining Building that Howard designed on the campus memorialized the conquest from which the Western mines, archetypal sites of primitive accumulation, were born. But Howard's building also foresaw the turning inward projected by Turner towards new frontiers of laboratory science, as the conquered landscape became an object of academic study and experimentation, and mining itself became a subject cultivated, which you see here in the middle of the mining building, a laboratory, in university laboratories like the one at the center of Howard's building. Now, the architecture program in which I teach at Columbia began in what was once the School of Mines, which later split into the School of Engineering. And architects like McKim and Howard were among the first or second generation of university-trained professionals in the United States. Before them came figures like Henry Hobson Richardson, another architect of the frontier who built a career designing rough-hewn stone monuments to industrial capital like this one for East Coast railroad barons, as well as important institutional buildings like the Billings Library at the University of Vermont. This building's patron, Frederick Billings, was a frontier lawyer and a Berkeley trustee, credited with giving Berkeley University its name, in fact. He was also an admirer of the ecologist George Perkins Marsh, whose personal collections formed the core of the Vermont Library. Lewis Mumford was another Marsh admirer. And so it's no accident that we can detect in the brown stone here of Richardson's building an allusion to the New England landscape from which, Mumford argued, a distinctly American poetics of nature was born with Ralph Waldo Emerson and others, and artfully reinterpreted by architects like Richardson. But romantic nationalism disguised as ecological regionalism aside, in fact, that brownstone was cut from the earth and brought to Vermont in an industrial manner by a building contractor with whom Richardson had a long-standing business relationship. In that sense, the stone was as modern as the money that paid for it. Whereas Richardson himself was not yet a product of the modernized professional education that shifted the training of architects from ateliers and fine arts academies to university campuses. Rather, he was a product of a classical education in transition at Harvard College, soon to become Harvard University. Just a few years ahead of him was Henry Van Brunt, who was to become the professional partner of the pioneering architectural educator William Ware. But future architects like Richardson, Van Brunt, and their peers attending colleges like Harvard in the 1850s didn't study design. They studied the liberal arts, including classical subjects like Euclidean geometry, the teaching of which was in the process at the time of splitting into two branches. A visually based branch that combined diagrammatic figures with text. You see here one of its textbooks here, from which grew a visual poetics of mechanization at polytechnics like West Point and Rensselaer, and a verbally based branch pioneered at Harvard by Van Brunt's teacher, Benjamin Peirce, that emphasized abstract step-by-step deduction for mathematicians in training who were headed toward the new graduate schools. So two ways. So Euclid basically split into two. Even then, mechanization was not just a matter of engineers drawing Euclidean figures on blackboards. Its effects extended to artistic questions like how to commemorate the mechanization of death on the killing fields of the Civil War. Today, Confederate war memorials have justifiably become objects of critical revision on campuses and in cities across the American South, indeed across the US. But northern campuses too built memorials, like this one at West Point, to those from their ranks who died, in most cases in the service of emancipation. In fact, Harvard built an entire building, Memorial Hall, designed by Ware and Van Brunt, who lined the building's transept with rows of marble tablets, you see them here on the left, engraved with blood-red lists of the Harvard War dead, the names of the dead. These stone tablets are descendants of those inscribed by Henri Labrouste on the exterior walls of the Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève in Paris, but where Labrouste's lists stood on the threshold of the bibliographic card indexes by which academic research was about to be reorganized, these lists of dead soldiers in Memorial Hall were elegiac precursors to the mournful lists by which the tragedy of war has since been recorded in memorials from the First World War to Vietnam. University campuses are media complexes then, not just because they house books, card catalogs, and computers, or other devices for the storage, processing, and transmission of information. They also record the past in lists like these, as well as in the more recognizable names of patrons, symbolic representatives of industrial and post-industrial capital that are inscribed onto virtually every campus building, like Vermont's Billings Library. So it's this poetics of the liberal individual, finally, Thomas Jefferson's gentleman farmer become a robber baron, that was mechanically reproduced in the anonymous bureaucratic lists of 20th century mass culture, only to emerge from the post-war laboratories as a technopoetics of neoliberal entrepreneurship. By mid-century, frontier institutions like Berkeley and Stanford were key sites of the military-industrial research yielding signifiers that were a far cry from rusticated Richardsonian stone. Among the most potent of those signifiers were machines like this, known as the Stanford Klystron, an extraordinary, versatile, and profitable product of applied research at Varian Associates, a startup that grew out of Stanford's electrical engineering department to become a cornerstone of Silicon Valley, and indeed of the Silicon Valley myth. By the early 1960s, even as Berkeley students occupied the ambiguous border established by the campus gate to contest the breaching of that gate by an unholy alliance of capital, silence, and militarization, Stanford was erecting what its administrators called steeples of excellence, monuments to the entrepreneurship of faculty like the physicist Wolfgang Panofsky, son of the art historian Erwin Panofsky, who became the first director of Stanford's newest technopoetic signifier, the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center, or SLAC, a 2-mile-long piece of infrastructure at the campus edge with which scientists like Panofsky explored a new symbolic form, one that drew frontiers of knowledge accessible only through machines like this. I'm not going to go any further in describing how, far from dehumanizing its makers, the atomic bomb and its progeny demanded and produced symbolic horizons that could only be supplied by the arts and humanities. Instead, I'm just going to end this brief summary with the way the book ends, with a much more prosaic, even profane image. We could all even call it abject. A section of the monumental Columbia Dome, drawn not by an architect, but by a campus facilities manager, to describe the lighting system that had taken the place of William Halleck's Enchanted Little Moon. It was under the harsh glare of these lights that the philosopher Jacques Derrida spoke in 1980 about Immanuel Kant's enigmatic text about enlightenment, the conflict of the faculties, to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Columbia's Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, the faculty from which the architecture PhD students that I teach now receive their degrees. Derrida explained how the conflict that defined the German universities of Kant's time between the so-called lower or critical faculty of philosophy, populated by allegedly independent, disinterested thinkers like Kant, and the higher professional faculties of law, medicine, and theology, whose members served external powers, the sovereign and the church, was based on an unresolved boundary problem, whereby what was inside, the independent critical autonomy of philosophy, depended for support on what was outside, the patrons who paid the bills. But so too did the sovereign rely not only on the religious authority of the church, but also on the intellectual authority of the university and of the philosophers at its core. The result was a sort of permanent imbalance, as inside and outside pushed and pulled, changing places in a power struggle that was ultimately a struggle over the metaphysics of knowledge that Derrida's own philosophy did so much to demystify. Since Kant's time, the so-called higher professional faculties have grown to include architecture schools, like the one in which I teach. While philosophy, the humanities, and even the natural sciences, the traditional preserves of allegedly disinterested knowledge, have seen their borders and their budgets eroded by external demands for usefulness and profit. But just as those 19th century engineers studying Euclid developed a poetics of the machine that, during the century that followed, provided architects, artists, and scholars with the means to reflect critically on mechanization's tragic contradictions, perhaps it is we who, in the end, might best uphold philosophy's emancipatory project by rekindling something like enlightened reason from among the fragments in neoliberalism's ruined halls. So with that, I hope that that's enough to give some orientation, and I cede the screen to my colleagues.
Thank you. Francesco, cominciamo da te. Let's start with you.
So, un attimo. Sorry, but
Right, it's very dramatic.
I didn't stop the audio on the other computer, so an echo was interact with us. Okay, Reinhold, thank you very much. You wrote a very complex book. I have to tell you, as an architect, this argument was maybe treated with a very partial section of it. But this book poses a fundamental question on relating to the transmission of knowledge in relation to new technology and the way of such transmission happens. So this theme is maybe for me, that I'm an architect, it would have stopped only at the study of typology of schools. So a very small piece of your huge and vast argumentation on this theme. I have recently designed a building for a school near Milan, and I realized how much our way of teaching and the relation with space is still linked in a very consolidated typological scheme. Even in issue of didactic and innovation of space and pedagogy are constantly evolving. Pedagogy and the way of teaching is evolving, but our way to intend the building, the classrooms, for example, are still the same of 100 years ago. So the typology is really blocked and chained in a specific era, for example. The theme that you covered in your book make this book a profoundly political book, and this is a very interesting point in the way I have intended the reading of your pages. You don't touch not only architectural and typology themes, but you talk us about perceptions, philosophical space. I've read something about the way of philosophical space, pedagogical space, of course, and a really particular way to intend the architecture and the way to transmit with architecture the image of teaching, a sort of semiotic of architecture. There's something about even the way to analyze the science that architecture is made of, traducing architecture into the representation of the way of teaching. And this for us is really interesting. In Italy, we are constantly ask ourselves about the adherence between the academic world and the economic and operational world, and how they interact between them. The university and the real world in some ways sometimes goes in two different ways, and they never collide between them. So we have a sort of this problem, and this is, I mean, I think that university must be a free thinking space, a very liberal space where you can talk about everything and you can interact with students in the most free power and free, you understand. But this put these two worlds in two different, has separate boxes that never goes together. And this goes to our economical and also reaches of new, for example, engineers or architects, some problems. But as I was reading your book, some words of what I've read about American history books. For example, it reminds me the Orson Welles Citizen Kane, when in a certain part of the movie, somebody asked, and people what will think, and Citizen Kane and Mr. Kane answers, just what I want. For example, I was thinking about Salinger, The Catcher in the Rye, and the beautiful images that Salinger gave about the construction of the huge building where the young man goes out and goes in New York. And I was thinking about the space of the Michael Schumacher movie Elephant, about the Columbine mess. I mean, those terrible things. And I was linking all the space and all the description all these movies gave us. And I was thinking about that your book is finishing with its ending, this incredible journey you give us with the new social media theme that is really deeply in which are all together involved now. And I was thinking about the knowledge, the culture that is increasingly squeezed by the world of the information. And in a certain way, I've noticed that what is coming out of the book and what is coming out of our actuality is that the world of the information seeks to assume a definitive role as a culture, as a sort of substitution between the information and culture, and the information will become a culture of a nation, and perhaps the new culture of the entire humanity. We acquire something in immediacy, how do you say? Immediatezza, instant. but we are losing something in the vastness of the flowing of the history of knowledge. And so this is the main theme that I've reached in your book, that has a stone, is a sort of confirmation that we have to think about that things are made about different layers and different meanings of facts. And so what I appreciate very much about your book is this really digging in the profound of such a delicate theme, really profondamente dentro il tema, no? So my question is how we can resist on this flattening of this war against information. How can we resist, and how our space, I mean, going back to my specialty, this is architecture, how can we modify our spaces, thinking about that as a new and new spaces, new spaces that can acquire this strange new innovation without leaving a space for, I mean, culture. So what's next? For me is really, I also have seen this new documentary, The Social Dilemma, in Netflix. Have you ever heard about that? Of course, yes. That the technician who made the algorithm, the scientists who have built an incredibly sophisticated algorithm, able to cut our information tailored for us in some way by flattening even more our need to know and to explore, to feel alive, guided by our curiosity to know. No? The algorithm is suited for us. So the algorithm gave us always what we want and never goes in other direction, as your book instead goes in this way, in the other way, and goes down in the other way. So it's terrible in a way to heard about this. But I mean, I was involved by your book in this argument. So I want to know if it's possible, what's next, what we are going for, because it's hard. It's a war. Social media are everywhere and are with us, and we are able to live with us and more. So that's my question, and thank you again for your book. Is
Please, Nino.
Do you hear me? Yeah. So thank you very much, and thank you for the people that is still with us. Pretty heroic. And let me tell you that I want to first of all give my real thanks to Irene to have been moderating this day, to organize this session, and to provide me very, very kindly a copy of the book that we are discussing today, of the historian Reinhold Martin. in my presentation, I think Irene pointed out the main reason that I'm here, that will be the sharing my life of history with American University. I've been a faculty for several years. For many years I've been in contact. So I am a real partisan. Not so partisan, if there is such a word, like a capisce, Mr. Reinhold. I really belong to a party. So I will be discussing of your book with a very specific point of view that will be mine. And I think that is why I've been inserted at the end. Of course, we are impressed by your book, by the extension of the knowledge, of the number of bibliography, and the depth of the analysis that you are doing is really a definitive important book. But as I said, I'm a partisan. So I'm looking of it from two different points of view. One point of view is being myself an engaged person with criticism and theory of architecture, and not so much of history. I'm looking for knowledge wars, media, and materiality, and the making of modern university true. So I'm looking, and I'd like to discuss a little bit with you of certain themes that will interest our future and our activity as teacher and as well as designer, as yourself are. So that is one aspect of my intervention. And the second aspect instead is being a partisan, as I said before. So I was curious. Of course, in all historical book, it's very crucial what you take out, which is absolutely normal that you take out a lot of things. So I'm not doing that game. I'm doing the game why you take out personalities that I think are really crucial from your point of view, or at least from my understanding are crucial. The first thing is the experience of the Cranbrook College of Alien Saarinen. I think that probably around that node would have been a lot of interesting material from your point of view. I may be wrong, but I really like to know your point of view. What was that decision to take out Alien Saarinen? The second question that I have is of my other hero, that is Lucan. Lucan is still within the boundaries of your time frame. And well, from my point of view, is architecture that was so innovative and so rooted in some way with important ideas of institution, probably analyzed with your eyes could have give us some important clue exactly on your topic. Of course, I'm talking mainly about the library, but also probably of the dormitories, so like the Bryn Mawr dormitories, but at least at the library. And the third, it is my own hero, and then I will spend some minutes to discuss about it. This hero is Henry Hornbustle. I am an alumni of Carnegie Mellon University. So Carnegie Mellon is my alma mater. And that means is a word that you several times used in your book. So we all share what it means. And I have a profound relationship with this school, its culture, and its campus. And Henry Hornbustle is one of those many geniuses and incredibly talented craftsman and an artist at the same time in the third of the century and the beginning of the century, and he made incredible number of works, among which is the Carnegie Tech, the Carnegie Tech campus in the beginning of the century. I will spend 5 minutes to describe to the people that is with me a little bit this campus and why I think it is very interesting to think about it within your coordinate. So Carnegie Mellon campus was created together with Carnegie, the famous Andrew Carnegie, that, as we know, is one of the greatest capitalists of America, and at the same time a visionary. The campus is in Pittsburgh, which is, of course, at that time was the city of steel and was a city characterized by many hills, by 3 rivers, but we'll skip it, but particularly on 3 hills, on many hills. In one of these hills, as usual in the campuses outside the downtown, took place this campus. I have the images, but I was thinking that it's better, like in a tale, I will describe the campus with words. So what they do, what do they design? Basically, Andrew Carnegie and Hornbustle together is this very, very peculiar campus. That is, on one hand, there is this incredible, beautiful building for me, because it's my real alma mater, that is the College of Fine Arts. It's a superb building, it's a beautiful building, done following many of Beaux-Arts rules, that has a roof completely glazed, because on top there is atelier of artists, and in the other floors there is at the same time architect, designer, theatrician, and musician. So the building in itself is an incredible engine of artistic creativity. And for me, as being a master's student there and later a teaching, was a great experience. Anyway, there is one detail of this building that maybe we will go back later. In front, there is 5 niches, and each niche is supposed to be designed using either Egyptian or Gothic or Doric style. Some of the niches actually were not finished until lately. I will go back to that. In front of that building of the fine arts that sits on top of the hill, going down along the lawn, on the opposite side is Almasheet Hall, another complex of building surmounted by the building with like a tower. But the great thing of the campus are not these 2 things, are the 2 wings. The 2 wings are just incredible when we discuss about this point of view because Andrew Carnegie, that was a very practical man as well, okay, was un patrono delle arti, but at the same time was a capitalist and a very practical man. He thought, well, what about this campus will not going to work as a campus? We may probably change it in something else. Probably we have to change it in a plant. So what happened is that these two buildings on the two sides are organized along a slope. They are organized along a ramp. It is an incredible solution, and in which technology, space, future, possible future, and presence were all combined. And I think has been a very interesting thing to think about pedagogy, media, and all these things, thinking about those things. Those spaces. I will show you some images very, very fast. So now that I describe, you understand that the public may understand what I'm talking about, because of course, Professor Martin knows everywhere. Okay, this is the view of the ramp that I am discussing of one of the two buildings with the ramp. And even if this is not enough, there is another sub-story that is fantastic within this, that is the vaulting system. The vaulting system over there has been designed by two very, very, very peculiar person, architect, constructor, coming from Spain, that are mentioned in your book, are the Guastavino brother and father and brother. So these things are also of other big interest, and I just wanted to mention a book of John Ockendorff that probably surely you know, that is about this vault. I wanted to mention it because it's a beautiful book. John Ockendorff has been our director here at the American Academy, so I want to mention. So I really wanted to open up a little bit this micro story from your point of view. Another thing that I wanted to say is just a curiosity, is that I was looking at your book and say, how it can happen that there is no Italian architects named here in this history. We are a little patriotic, and I said, well, it's so strange that no Italian architects has been involved in any of these things. Even Palladio, if I am sure or not, I'm not completely sure, but surely it's not over mentioned for sure. So I wanted to tell you a micro story that that is fun. It's just fun, but I just wanted to tell before going to section number 2 that I am the smallest, really the smallest, and then I'm improving Italian designer involved with an American university project. And this is just to have fun, not taking me too serious. But the micro story is the following, that one of the niches, the Doric niches, was not finished since the 90s. A donor finally gave $1 million to the college to finish the niches, and two colleagues of mine, Paul Rosenblatt and Bruce Lindsay, were in charge of the project, and they called me to help a little bit design these niches. And I do design, helping them using what we may call a beam, when the beam word did not exist. We are in the 1990s. So I just wanted to take this credit, Irene, that I am the smallest Italian designer involved in an American project. And I dare anybody to find somebody smaller than me, but I don't think there is. Anyway, just to have fun about these things, but really your point of view about Carnegie Tech, DRACo, Hornbostel, and Andrew Carnegie, I am really eager to listen your point of view, because I'm sure you will have a lot to tell us. The second part is our book number 2. What I think can be addressed, or probably will be addressed, I don't know, but there is some topic that I think they are really, really hot. First of all, of course, is COVID. We know that you mentioned one part, and you said correctly that your book was given to the publisher just when COVID started. Perfectly fine, there is no problem. I'm just imagining another book. I'm sorry about that. I don't want to be unpolite, but I was an editor of 90 books. So I always had this desire to have a dialogue with the authors and imagining new books. So sorry about that. So what could be the number 2 books of one topic? It is surely COVID, because American university enters in a big crisis, probably the biggest crisis in their life because of these things. Asian students don't find the reason to go to Harvard anymore, and so many others, and probably something has to change very dramatically, and has to do exactly with this mixture. The other thing, of course, I am also, well, I would say, a person that wrote a book on Peter Eisman. So I think that his contribution in this field, starting with the Ohio and going to the Cincinnati campus, are relevant in the 90s. I am a strong admirer of the work of Morphosis in New York. Both Cooper, that as we know, changed completely his structure from his original structure based on the relationship with the workers and the syndicates to what is today. But I also think that is an interesting experience, Cornell campus with the other works of Morphosis and others in the Roosevelt Island. But I think a central figure, if we have to discuss about the book number 2, it is Bill Mitchell. Because in Bill Mitchell, we found, first of all, I checked just the dates today, and I could not believe that Bill died 10 years ago. I could not believe that was already so much time. And he died when he was younger than me today, which is another thing that is really shocking me. He died when he was so young, at 65 years old. But anyway, just for the audience, of course, not for you, Professor Martin, it is just to say that Bill Mitchell has been absolutely a crucial person within this combination of elements, because he was an architect, of course, but he was mainly one of the great father of the understanding of the impact of information technology within architecture. And in the last 10 years of his life, he was able to have a leading position in the American university as the dean of MIT University. And as a dean there and as a special advisor of the president, he was able to activate many ideas on the campus, but particularly 5 major projects of people that are Gary, that is Hall, that is Fumiko Maki, that is Kevin Roche, and of course, there is one that you're always missing, but I wrote it, it's Charles Correa. So I think that will be very interesting that either in an essay or in some occasion, exactly going with your, I understand that typical historians must take things aside, but I know that is a professional attitude. But our desire will be to have your wisdom also to deal with this topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, where to begin? So, Irina, how much time do we have? What do you think?
Well, since we are in the end,
Must be exhausted. I know.
I mean, you, Reinhold, you decide. I mean, you are sufficient to decide the way you want to conclude.
Yeah, I'm asking about time because in fact, that's one way to answer many of the questions that both of you, and I thank you again, Francesca and Antonino. Grazie for taking the time to think out loud and together about these kinds of questions. But we could say that time is sort of maybe more than the classically architectural category of space, more what's on the table. And certainly with respect to the questions that you both asked about, again, a temporal question about the future. Because I think I would at this point say that among the many new capabilities, but also the new sort of regulatory regimes that we have learned as we have learned to work the way that we're doing right now and to conduct a conference in a way that we've not typically done before. This has to do with the reorganization of time, our personal times, but also how we do that collectively. And these infrastructures that we are using help us to do that, and perhaps even to some extent compel us to do that in ways we haven't quite recognized yet. So that's, I take these kinds of things as our kind of shared responsibility to interrogate the future with the past, not necessarily as prelude or even guide, but or warning, but as a kind of project, a past that is itself, as I try to show in different ways, inherently unstable. Now, one of the things that the field called architectural history, on which so many questions about what comes next are projected, is based on, is some kind of stable past, is that there is this reserve that's in libraries and museums maybe, and people's Flickr feeds and so on, that we call architecture, and that thing has a history, and there are names. They're usually white men who have those names, and there are some Italians in there, I have to say. Even in the Palladio does, yes, you're right, the names are not always named directly, but that's also for a reason. To interrupt that story to some extent, not to replace it entirely with another big story, but to open it up, to break it open to some extent, to do what Nietzsche used to call philosophizing with a hammer, just tapping on the idols, on the gods, including some of the ones that you mentioned, later, the more familiar ones of our time, and to see if there's anything in there. To test their resonance, how hollow they really are. So and it's that hollowness, I think, that is also kind of at stake. Now, I don't know, I'll try to say a few more specific things about the various points that both of you made. And I'll try to connect first with some of these two dimensions of your responses through the point that Francesca made early on about typology. Because yes, it's true. I mean, if I were to do the work assigned to me as an architectural historian and mostly by architects, expecting people like us to do this kind of thing, and to produce an inventory of campus building types, you know, all of the buildings that you named could be included, and you'd have this problem, which we always have, as you've said, of choosing what goes in and what goes out. What I've been more interested in some sense, is the techniques of choosing. The basis of the choice, and that choice, or to put it maybe in more spatial terms, the seat in the library from which that choice is made, the specific library even from which that choice is made. So you know, you may know that my university, Columbia, houses a very you know, sort of important architectural library, Avery Library, and a good part of this work was done in Avery Library, but most of it wasn't. In order to do this kind of work, for better or worse, to write the kind of history that I've suggested maybe we need, one has to go to different libraries, and not just on different campuses, but even in the same university. And so if you think about it that way, from you know, in a sense, the perspective, the intellectual perspective from which we write history, or we ask the question about the future on the basis of particular histories, then I would have to say that the typological question is both absolutely central to this story, but as a kind of present absence, something that is always there. And I think I totally agree to that you bring it up. The book that's relevant to this, that maybe you're interested in, or maybe you know, is Paul Turner's book, Campus, which is really a typological history of American campuses through about the early 80s. And so in many ways, you know, which gives you a kind of shortcut to the kind of examples that one might choose. So in this case, Jefferson's Virginia is there, but via Monticello, not just as a campus type Neopalladian villa that reorganized both teaching and living in a particular way on a campus, with the library as its center, but also in relationship to the system of production, which is the production of plantation slavery, that system being plantation slavery, just a few miles away on Monticello in Jefferson's villa, so his actual villa. So that, you know, there's a kind of type of, why are you talking about a house, a villa, when you're discussing university campuses? That's the reason, to make sense, to tell the truth, if you like, about what's happening. Now, you know, truth itself, of course, can be selective, but let's say that my goal here has been to tell specific truths that do need quite a bit of work to verify, hence the bibliography, but can be tested and can be, you know, contested should one find them insufficient. But you know, Francesco, I think again, I completely agree that you're right to refer to a film like Citizen Kane, all the ones, I'll make all the connections you did. I mean, Kane, the figure on who that's based is William Randolph Hearst, the son of Phoebe Hearst, who was the one who commissioned the plan of the Berkeley campus. It's the Hearst Memorial Mining Building. So you could call it the Citizen Kane Memorial Mining Building, something like that, the Kane Memorial Mining Building that I showed you just now. So that money, mining money, became newspaper money during the course of the transition during the Gilded Age. And that's what the film, you know, recognizes, the power of discourse and of the press produced by that money. So you know, another way of saying this is that rather than following architecture and its names, to some extent, we're following the money, but not exactly to the banks and to we could do that too. You know, there's another building type, and this wonderful work, Daniel Abramson's book on the Bank of England, for example, is a necessary point of departure. There are you know, interactions all the way through this period that we're talking about, and architecturally significant monuments that we could refer to, from, you know, the Bank of England to the Hong Kong Shanghai Bank. So, but we're following the money here, in this case, in a mediated form, because that's, after all, what money is. It's a system of mediation. And so when I'm referring to somebody like Frederick Billings, who's himself not actually, he's a lawyer, not an investor or a, you know, railroad baron per se, he's nonetheless an agent of capital. And he's doing the work of capital in a very specific way. There's some more detail that you might have seen about land that he was involved in, various cases about acquiring land. But that work is kind of underneath. It's like what happens before the architect shows up. And then there are other stories and instances that probably, again, we can go the route of the fascinating anecdotes that Nina was offering us, of not just from the niche, the incomplete niches in Carnegie Mellon's campus, which yes, you should write that chapter. We might write it differently, but you should do it. I mean, it sounds like you already have, and absolutely. The way I would think about this would be, in a way, twofold. One, the follow the money point. You kind of mentioned that vis-a-vis Carnegie, and to understand what the need was at that moment for a figure like Carnegie to become a patron of knowledge. Like what question was that answer on the part of capital? Why did capital need to do that? It's not obvious. And you even, that the building beautifully does show that it was, they weren't sure. Like, well, is it typologically? Was this a school of, a university building? What is a campus anyway at this point? Or is it a factory? And so, you design it. Of course, you bring in Guastavino to do the vaults, a kind of hybrid figure that equivocates typologically between the two. And it's the equivocation that you pointed out that I think, as I tried to explain with other kinds of equivocation, other border problems and category problems, which are in some cases typological, in other cases they're spatial, inside, outside, above and below, plan and section, that belong to and to some extent help to build a social world, right? So we could ask then, what world did that building at that time build? And it would absolutely be the Hornbostels of the world of architecture that maybe are more interesting than the Eisnermans, who are just following instructions in some ways. The instructions at that point in the 1980s, the postmodern moment, is to produce architecture. Who's giving the instructions? I wrote another book about this on postmodernism. Basically, it's the oil companies. So the new patrons, and Philip Johnson is the intermediary. So we could definitely have it be very, very interesting to go to. And in some ways, you pick up on the allegories for architects. Of course, yes, I'm writing for a very different audience in many ways, audience of historians and literary theorists and media theorists and so on, but also for architects. And I'm pleased that you pick up on what is essentially, the kind of where you're essentially asking about the allegory of the, you could call it the crisis of architecture's meaning as a social form, but also its vocation, to use the Weberian term, science as vocation, architecture as vocation, during the modern period. So I'll just a couple of quick things about, Cranbrook. My first book is actually largely about Eero Saarinen. Eero makes an appearance here. But it was about his corporate work. Elio Saarinen is, well, first of all, Cranbrook is an art academy. So yes, there's a typological distinction. So the point here, maybe more specific would be, why not any schools of architecture, like I mentioned, that are on the campus, like MIT or Columbia, or whatever. So, but so that does happen around that time in the early 20th century, that you get a branching between independent academies of art and teaching colleges, as we call them, which is to say liberal arts colleges like Vassar and Bryn Mawr, which I talk about, and many others that are in the book, and research universities. So like three basic types that are relevant to this. There are others, of course, like music conservatories or even medical schools and so on. But but they're the ones that are most relevant to our conversation. So that this is just for a certain kind of consistency. But within that, from the point of view of the idea of the campus that Cranbrook represents, that the Gemeinschaft, the campus as Gemeinschaft, the campus as the lost home of the soul of a people, is to me the most reactionary thing that Saarinen brought from Finland to Michigan. He brought basically, Northern European nationalism, of a Heimatschutz, a kind of folkish sensibility that he connected with the European arts and crafts, and built as a kind of safe, protected enclave outside the city of Detroit that was undergoing a great deal, as we all know, of conflict during this phase of urbanization, including what was called the Great Migration of African-American workers from the South to the North. Those folks, those worlds are utterly excluded from the pristine Gemeinschaft of Cranbrook. So it does the kind of work that the Dumbwaiter does in some ways. It romanticizes the campus. It's a beautiful campus. I've visited many times. It's and then many. It's quite eloquent in its kind of poiesis of artisanship. And in many ways, the artisan can be reclaimed as a model, both for the architect and for the intellectual during this period of industrial modernization. So it's not to dismiss entirely this paradigm, but that would be one way. Now, on Kahn, similarly, the mystification of the institution as basically a theological body. That is, I think, what's at stake at Richard's Medical Center, in the various libraries. In India, I mean, again, this would be a different conference maybe, but that would be about post-coloniality. But the Indian Institute of Management is a business school. So what Kahn did beautifully, again, absolutely beautifully, was to produce a kind of poetics of business. And these are elite business schools that were designed and set up during the Nehru years to teach, train an intelligentsia in the new professions. The other one is the IIMs, as they're called, and the IITs, the Indian Institutes of Technology, the equivalent of the sort of MITs and so on. And the Charles Correas of the world come out of that culture. They were, Charles Correa was, among that elite intelligentsia. And then they make it back to US campuses to design buildings for other elites. So again, to get underneath this to some extent or pry it open, one could do that, could go with Kahn and Richards, but I would spend more time probably, even more than Rainer Bannon does, with the ductwork and in the plenums of the ceiling, where the ductwork is, and specifically with the acoustic tile that separates the noise of that air moving through the plenum from the silence in the laboratories necessary to do the work of science. So maybe that's enough with that little illustration. Surely everybody's.
With all this energy that you have had to deliver, I mean, to reply to very challenging question, I think I mean, as I have said, also for the case of Ruan, these books are really, really complex works of years of dedicated and qualified scholars that requires a lot of time to be understood, interpreted. But for us, it was very important to introduce them as soon as they are published to the Italian context. Even though it's we are in the middle of the summer, we are people in LinkedIn, which are not so many. We know that a lot of people have seen the YouTube registration, so for sure these documents remain and are useful for other scholars that wants to intervene with their research, excavating from these talks. If there is no other intervention, I will leave the conclusion words to Professor Carpenzano, who is somehow the leading host of this session. Thank you again, Martin. We hope to have again you in our school. We will follow you, and so sure chance to be again together. Thank you again. Orazio, a te le parole di chiusura. Grazie Nino, grazie Francesco per la stimolante, for the stimulating debate.
Grazie, grazie mille. Devo dire che sono molto contento di questo, come si può dire, di questo pomeriggio, e alternato ad alcune piccole incombenze che mi hanno distratto pochissimo, devo dire, sono rimasto molto contento, e naturalmente devo in conclusione dire che diciamo, parliamo un po' di futuro, perché la cosa importante è anche quella di parlare, diciamo, di futuro. Il futuro è in qualche modo nella terza conferenza internazionale di IConA, che lanciamo da qui, e avrà come oggetto l'architettura ai millennials, cioè la generazione nata tra la metà degli anni 80 e il 2000. In qualche modo sono i nativi digitali, che saranno tra l'altro quasi l'80% della forza lavoro dei prossimi anni, che hanno un livello di istruzione mediamente superiore alle generazioni precedenti, che hanno molta dimestichezza con quella che in maniera impropria si può chiamare intelligenza artificiale. Sicuramente hanno una grande dimestichezza con quella che si può chiamare intelligenza sociale, che viene attivata anche attraverso l'uso delle nuove tecnologie, e che come si dice, nelle componenti socio-tecnologiche contemporanee, in qualche modo inquadrata in quella che si chiama swarm intelligence, cioè l'intelligenza dello sciame, che è un'intelligenza particolare che va osservata, e soprattutto quando è eterodiretta e quando non consente, diciamo, ai singoli di entrare nel gruppo in un rapporto significativo e necessario, ciascuno per conto suo. Sono giovani che cercano uno spazio di sperimentazione, che molto spesso non riescono a trovare negli ambienti che in qualche modo dovrebbero formarli, perché la scuola nel nostro territorio nazionale non è ancora un luogo in cui può essere situato un apprendimento interattivo, e poi hanno un rapporto molto importante con quello che si chiama oggi ambiente o natura, perché sono più sensibili alle nuove ecologie, e soprattutto sono generazioni queste che esprimono una netta preferenza per l'esperienza dello spazio e delle cose rispetto alla proprietà. Quindi, diciamo, noi che siamo coinvolti direttamente come professori dentro questo bellissimo viaggio tra le generazioni, credo che il professor Barbera potrà consentire di dirmi dalla sua lunga esperienza che la cosa meravigliosa di un docente è che lui sta fermo mentre tutto si muove, ma in realtà poi è costretto a muoversi con quello che gli passa davanti, e in qualche modo farsi attraversare dalle generazioni che si susseguono inquadra anche uno degli aspetti secondo me più affascinanti del nostro lavoro, cioè diventare uomini che sono fatti di molte generazioni. Naturalmente quando si ha la capacità di mettersi in ascolto. Quindi inquadrare la produzione anche di questa generazione, la loro attitudine o non attitudine al disegno, il loro modo di scrivere, il loro modo di osservare lo spazio, di agire nello spazio, il loro modo anche di annoiarsi, di stabilire delle relazioni con l'intorno, beh, per me è molto importante. Ultimamente è uscito un giornale che vi mostro, guardate. Non lo faccio ovviamente con nessun intento pubblicitario, perché Allora, è questa rivista che si chiama The Rolling Stones, che forse voi conoscete. Nell'ultimo numero in copertina c'è uno dei miei figlioli. E poi mi sono andato a vedere dentro, tra l'altro il titolo è L'alba di un nuovo star system, lasciamo stare. Sono andato dentro a vedermi questa, come si chiama, intervista collettiva che l'editore fa a questi giovanissimi ragazzi che sono veramente 22 anni, 23 anni, e scopro che praticamente è un'intervista nella quale con la quale si potrebbe fare davvero una recensione dadaista, perché è proprio surreale quello che si dicono tra loro ai nostri occhi. Però poi è importante anche capirli, per cui inquadrare, come si dice, i loro temi e cercare di formulare un incontro con queste generazioni che va al di là del nostro atteggiamento ministeriale è fondamentale per la nostra disciplina. L'università l'ha fatto sempre nelle sue persone migliori. Nino, che è un costruttore di giovani e di comunità scientifiche, mi può capire quando esprimo questa posizione, cioè tornare all'importanza di integrare l'accademia con le nuove generazioni. Significa mettersi dentro anche un pensiero come si dice, che vuole ascoltare. Un pensiero che vuole ascoltare è un bellissimo pensiero. E quindi secondo me è fondamentale dedicare questo nuovo IConA ai Millennials Architecture e lo chiameremo Millennials Architecture Drawings, Images, Objects. Grazie a tutti per la vostra grande partecipazione e grazie davvero. Siamo una, come si dice, una facoltà che ce la sta e con i suoi dipartimenti, il Dipartimento di Architettura e Progetto in particolare, i nostri dottorati, sta cercando di mettercela tutta e chiaramente abbiamo bisogno di voi tutti, del vostro supporto, della vostra intelligenza. E ringrazio Anna, Irene e Dina e Alessandra Capanna veramente per essere state bravissime a diciamo farci sentire partecipi di una ottima organizzazione. Grazie davvero. So quello che costa di lavoro tutto questo e quindi lo dico con cognizione di causa.
Grazie, grazie veramente.